Alright, what's up, guys? We had a heck of a time in Platinum Sky yesterday. Probably more deaths than the entire rest of the run put together. But we did it. Beat D0 Sky. There's really no reason to do anything higher than D0 Sky. Where am I? Okay, let's make our own instance. And we're going right back in because I did not get my sword to drop. So we're going to be farming probably both Island 6 and 7 to try to get these weapons. There's a monk weapon that we're after, a paladin weapon, a ranger weapon, which is, yep, Island 7. And then I guess there's a rogue weapon we could go for. Island 8. Oh, does the rogue use the same turn-in that the paladin uses? Hold on a second. Oh, no, they're different. They're different. Okay. Yeah, so 6, 7, and 8 seems to be where all the weapons come from. I might have already gotten one of these. Hold on. Let's do a quick search real fast. Okay, no, never mind. Alright, let's see. Let me check the status of my buffs. Let's go ahead and, I think I'm going to charm for this. Maybe not. Might be easier without. If we could do it without, that might be actually a little bit more cozy. So, I'll just quick buff here. And then we can do a little sneak. A little heckin' sneak-a-doo. Can I mount up and then go invis? Ah, oh, yes. Okay, so now we'll have to kill the noble too. We definitely need his loot. Oh! My frames? Okay. Cool, so we can sneak past all this stuff. That's good, that's good. Nobody can see me. This way we don't have to deal with any of the random, like, essence carriers that keep... There's these things from... Yeah, from this island. That fly around and they, like, get lost, dude. They, like, show up on the other islands. It's wild. Wait, could you just jump? Oh, this is the previous island. Okay, okay, okay. I was gonna say, can you jump to the next island? That'd be wild. Okay, none of these guys can see me, not even the Vanquishers. Sweet. That's good to know. That is good to know. Alright, this is the real... This is where it starts. These 3 Bs right here. So, the trouble is trying to split these. Although, if we just show up with invisibility... Gonna drop a pacify. Nope, that didn't... Oh my god, the aggro is so far. Okay. Defensive stance. Let's try to get a mez off here. Okay, same thing to the other one. Ow, dude. Okay, they're both mezzed. Let's go ahead and do a slight reset here. Get nice and healthy. Okay, so if I think I've somewhat developed a plan for dealing with these guys. First of all, let's get them slowed. Which one am I gonna fight? Yeah, we'll fight this one. Okay, let's over-channel that. Okay, so if he explodes into more than one B, we're gonna run over here. Actually, I'm gonna go over here now. And we're going to simply jump off. Or I guess I could just go to the next island. Or I could just gate. I'm just gonna, I think we'll probably just gate. So if he explodes into only one B, then we want to keep fighting him because that might lead to the boss. And I think if it's the boss B, it skips the yellow ad. I'm still kind of learning this, but that's my current... I believe that's currently the pattern. Okay, the other one's going to be charging to me in a second here. Let's re-up this mez. Nope. Man, they're hard to stick spells to. They did a hotfix where they supposedly fixed the scaling on these guys. But I think all they did was make the really easy bosses harder. I don't actually think they made the harder... I don't think they made the hard trash easier. It's still pretty brutal here. Also, even though I just quick buffed, this is all my buffs are still wearing off. So, that sucks. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so let's hope this is the one. %. So I think he'll either explode into multiple yellow bees or a single red bee. Or I guess it could be a single yellow. Okay, so that's the one we don't want. So now we just leave. But the idea is that by luring them over to the side there, I'm gonna see if this works. I think they'll hang out. I don't think that they have a leash spawn because they're a new mob. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I'm being smart here. Oh, I quick buffed without my buff bar on. That's what. Okay, that's funny. That's why quick buff didn't work. Because I was in the wrong loadout. I hope it becomes loadout independent at some point. Or not loadout independent, but like buff. What's it called? Spell set. Yeah, I hope it becomes spell set independent. Okay, so let me re-up what needs to be re-upped here. Maybe I should have just casted everything. I do like the music in this zone. Feels like we're doing stuff. Okay. Why am I still missing... I'm casting all this on my pet. That's why. That would explain it. What up, cars? Hope you're having a great day so far. Feeling pretty good today. I think I got a good night's sleep. Feel energized. How you doing? Okay, I believe I have cast these spells on the right person. I'm definitely going to reorganize all this for launch. The order of the... It's so hard to... It's funny, too, because all the spells have, like, the same icon. I don't know if it's something that changed in the future. Alright, let's get back into this instance. My boy Giban is coming with me. Did I ever give him... Okay, I did. I gave him some sleeves to use. That's good. That's good. This guy in general says Kazakhthul on D4 feels like I have V-Shin on D0. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. We beat her on D0, so... Okay, we are going to sneak on back to the islands. The first couple islands, not too much of an issue. It's really just those essence carriers following me from island to island I'm worried about. But, it's actually landing on the B island with Invis that's going to be important. Be cool if you could, like, click the teleporter and select which island from the menu. Oh. The zone would actually be pretty cozy with a little bit... I'm glad they overhauled it to some degree, but... This zone is actually, it's in firing range of being cozy. They would just have to do a few more tweaks. Okay, so it worked. The yellows are over here. So now, we're going to go to the opposite side and attempt to do the same thing. So same logic, if this isn't the one... Ooh, can I actually split this? Nope. Okay, that's probably okay. That's probably okay. We'll fight him way over here. Okay. Let's get him slowed. Need to tell my pet to attack. Get him dotted. Start rolling hots. Okay, and we can blast. We won't blast too hard. I actually need to sustain through this in case it is the boss. Great that you don't have to reacquire the keys once you get them. That is, yeah, that is pretty nice. That is pretty nice. There's a lot of ways in which this is a big improvement over OG Sky, but it just goes to show you how wacky OG Sky was. It seems like Spellblade is working okay on these things. They're not resisting my nukes once they're attached. They still do really like to resist Mez, though. Wonder if that's a charisma thing? Okay, so if I get more than 2 Bs out of this one, we are going to probably just jump off. I don't know if I'm going to go all the way to the other. Here, I can memorize gate again. I can probably just do an inverted gate. I think you can invert it. I don't see why not. Oh god, I forgot they run. Why do I always forget they run? No, don't fly off the island. I had 1B last night fly all the way to the next island. Okay, that's... Yep, we don't have time. We're leaving. Oh my god, I still died. Dude, they do so much damage. Alright. Well, now... I think what that means is that the final B is in fact the boss, so... I was an offensive stance. I guess that was kind of my fault, but oh my god, dude, that's so much damage. Heard those Blizzard Bees were quadding for over 700 recently on D0. Is that fixing the patch? I mean, 700 total or 700 per hit? They definitely still quad for 700 total. I don't think that they do any less damage. I mean, yeah, they hit for 450. So... that means they could double for 900. The trio's just an instant nuke. I mean, with defensive stance, I would have been fine. It's my fault for not swapping. I should have known. I thought I would have time to at least jump off the edge and gate. Like, my goodness, brother. All right, let me give it a little pep back. I think that just answered my question. Yeah, this is D0. You can see it over there in the bottom right, if that's not too small. You can see the difficulty. But there's really... doesn't seem to be a reason to do Sky above D0 unless you are just doing it to challenge yourself. You don't get any more loot or anything. So, because all the loot is through, you get the item from the boss when you turn it in as a quest. I kind of feel like they could just get rid of that whole thing. Just get rid of the whole quest. I mean, I don't know, like maybe people are nostalgic for it, but I feel like they could just take the items from the quest, throw them on the bosses, give them the same drop rate as the quest item, get rid of the whole thing. That way we could come in here whatever difficulty, just like every other zone. You could get rid of all the, you know, shenanigans and just play the game. That's how I would do it. Not that anybody asked me. What's the #1 sword? It's called Aldryn, Blade of the Ocean. I think it's the best one-hander in Classic. It's Paladin only. And it will make me considerably stronger if we can get one. We're currently rocking a +2 Ghoulbane, which is a weapon you use at like level 40, not when you're level 50 with 200 AAs. We're in desperate need of an upgrade and have been for a while. We could have went and got Fiery Avenger, the like Paladin pre-epic. I think that's what most of the Pallies are doing. But for some reason I thought this would be easier. Edge of the screen things are cut off. Are they? On YouTube? Let me look. That, like, you saying for you or on my end? Remember having Necros sitting outside to summon corpses at times? When they were not good enough to be in the raid? Yeah, Necros, they would summon corpses. They also had, like, that mana battery thing, right? I think they would be there to, like, feed mana to the other casters. That was kind of their role in raids. What proc am I going to put on it? Probably Earthshaker. It's the only really one that I have right now. I could potentially level up a Yakisha and put that on there too. I don't know which one's better. I mean, Earthshaker hits for more, but I don't know hardly anything about like proc rates and stuff. I've never tested them or anything like that. Okay, so this should be the one. We're going to Rocket Fire Ellie. And see, we spawned the first bees over there. We spawned the second bees over there. So, according to my brilliant strategy, I think we can just solo pull. And then have a nice cozy boss encounter. Without any nonsense. Should definitely start these fights in defensive stance, though. Heard major complaints that everything is RNG drops, so people were camping Sky for weeks without class drops they needed. Could just limit the drop chances of particular mobs to help. Well, I mean, there's like, what, 16 classes? And when you kill the boss, it drops like 1 or 2 things. So yeah, I mean, if you get unlucky. That was the problem with, the reason why people were camping it for weeks, though, wasn't necessarily a drop rate thing. That had more to do with the fact that there were no personal instances of Sky. So the only way you could get kills in Sky would be to join a group and go into the public instance and just hope that boss was up. So you could really only kill them like every few hours or whatever. Like, you couldn't just go in there on demand like you can with other zones. I think now that people have personal Sky instances, the drop rates hopefully won't be too big of an issue. I mean, you could just go in and kill the same boss over and over again on the hour now with the charge system. So okay, yeah, that's what we want, the red bee. Okay, so it's working. Guys, it's working. Okay, I need to slow him next. So this 57B will turn into a 60B. And then the level 60B will turn into a level 63B. And then I think that's the last one. I think that's the actual boss. Also contemplating throwing a Cure Poison on my bar for this. I have room for it. I don't know if it's just the beginner beat at poisons. Here, just in case, let's do. Let's throw that on there. Okay, stamina's looking good. Health is looking good. Lay on hands is up. There is a chance that the boss is harder now after the patch. But if not, we shouldn't have any issues here. The Earthquake proc, it's AE. Yeah, it's like 250 damage AoE. It's a pretty nice proc. The other one, Short Sword of Yakisha, is like 75, but it has a little stun too, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I'd probably take the damage. I don't even know how many of these bosses can stun. It'd be good for aggro, but I don't know how often the stuns would actually land. Or just makes the mobs angry. I can't believe you tried to stun me. To be fair, it makes me pretty angry when I get stunned, too. Stun generating more aggro than damage is a very psychologically correct way of developing the aggro system. Okay, pay attention. Slow's falling off. And I'm poisoned. Okay, so if he runs into the other bees, it's over. We have to delete the character and make a new one. There's no way to recover. Okay, another Shadow Knight Blade. I loot those constantly, bro. Why am I healing? This is not the time to heal. This is the time to Tash and slow. Then we can heal. Okay. Let's come over here. Guess we have to deal with more running. There's the lay on hands. All my mana's suddenly gone. Where'd it go? Where'd mana go, you guys? I don't know if this counteract poison is worth. We'll see how often they reapply it. Okay, we roll Ethereal Cleansing, and then, man, I must have landed some fat smites on the last one, because my mana went down quick. I might have to turn smite off for the boss. Worst case scenario, because we're spawning them over here by the entrance, if we do have to jump off and come back, I don't think that it will reset position. I think it'll stay right here away from the other bees. So there's another triple smite. Sheesh. I think this is the right strat. I think this is good. Cure the poison, keep cleansing running. And just hope that we have enough mana. I'm going to have to chill and recover stance, I think, the rest of the fight. We might have gotten some lucky Spellblade procs, too. Maybe that's where my mana went. That last one did die kind of fast. Okay. Will we beat the mob before slow wears off? I think so. I think we will. I don't think we need to reslow. Might have to rock a little evasive stance for the last phase. Does charge system replace lockouts? Seems like a system being built to slow progress, possibly help server load. No, it doesn't slow you down. It actually allows you to speed up your instances a little bit, because you can bank an extra one now. Before, it was just a hard 1 hour cooldown. Now it's like 1 hour. 1 hour is one charge, so you have that extra charge that you can use from time to time to have a less than 1 hour cooldown. So it's slightly better. I think it's an improvement. It gives you a little more flexibility. If you do an instance and then it actually only took you 40 minutes. Now you've got that extra charge, and then you pop that, and then oh, this makes me so nervous, dude. Bro, he's running right towards the other bees. Okay. I'm not sure if they will leash or not. This might be a huge pain to break back in. We'll see what happens. Either way, the fact that she spawns over there. Keisha procs helped hold aggro in the old days. Yeah, that was like the warrior go-to for holding threat back in the day. What up, Soylent? How often can we do lay on hands? It depends on how often our smite goes off. So, smite is a 15-second cooldown. And when you use it, it will either miss and do nothing, or I didn't invis. Hold on. It'll hit and spend 3% of your mana. It'll convert that mana into damage, which is really nice. And if it hits, it reduces the cooldown of your lay on hands by 1 minute. So every 1 minute of smites, you can get 4 minutes off your lay on hands cooldown. But smite can also double and triple attack, according to your double and triple attack skill. So if you get really lucky, you get a bunch of doubles and triples, then after a minute, you could have like, you know, you could have like 8 minutes off of your... How did he follow me here? Okay, whatever. Oh, we can kill Noble. Brother, you do not even live here. Did I just find, like, a sick way to pull Noble away from the Blade Storms? Pro strats? I'm a little worried about patrols. Let's kind of take him over here. So yeah, on average, you can probably use lay on hands like, I don't know, maybe every 3 minutes. But it depends on RNG. It could be faster, it could be slower. And then this server, it says Dex affects your chance to hit. So I don't know how accurate that is, but if it does, then theoretically more Dex would mean more of your smites land. So that would also mean more cooldowns. Oh. I like his little noise. Cheer for 245 to fix the damage. Well, 245 is in defensive stance. That's still like a 490. Pretty sure that's... Oh, are you saying her damage was she the one of the bosses that was hitting for like 3? You saying they increased her damage? Yeah, I don't know if they actually nerfed any of the mobs. I think they just increased the damage that some of the bosses do, because some of the bosses were busted. Root doesn't land on those? Never tried it. Does your class combo have snare or roots? It does, yeah. Couldn't you charm, move mob, then mez, then go back to your spot? Charm who? Charm the yellows? I mean, that would be a whole process. I'd have the boss hitting me the whole time. I'd have to mez both yellows, get hit by the boss the entire time, charm one of the yellows, break the mez, move it, mez it again, go to the other one, break the mez, charm it, move it, break the charm, remez it, And the whole time the boss would be wailing on me. So I don't know. I don't know about all that. I haven't paid attention to all the gear drop differences. Does Finney still drop the Trident of the 7 Seas? I don't know. I only killed Finney like twice. He's kind of a joke boss on this server. I think he just drops whatever he drops in the classic era. Finney's like one of the first bosses you do. You don't even have to like be level 50. He's like one of the first bosses you do when you have no gear. But he only has like a few specific drops that some classes care about. I think most classes don't care too much about him. He didn't really have anything for me. What up, Mute? Are you talking about the guy who was following me? DiGiorno? You can't charm DiGiorno. He's a boss. He's a boss genie. Ooh, golden 3D bracer. Do we want these? I don't think so. Hold the scimitar in case I need that. Yeah, those suck. Okay, I was gonna say. I feel like those are not good at all. Used to be the best rogue primary, even with the sky quested weapons. The tridents. It might have like a good backstab mod on it. Yeah, it still drops on Finney. It's only a 0.33 ratio though. It's 1033. So that's not too crazy. It has a frost damage proc. 140 damage frost damage proc. That's kind of cool. That might be worth trying out. But yeah, the actual ratio is not that good. The sky weapons would definitely be better. Even some of the rogue one-handers from like Hate or Fear I think would be better than that. Kedge was primarily an epic choke point for War, Bard, and a couple others in the old days. Can't recall the common drops. Yeah, I think once we get epics, people will probably care a little bit more about Finney. Okay, these all look pretty close together, don't they? Should we just go for it? Maybe it'll be fine. If I face pull rather than hit her with some... Okay, nope, that didn't work. This is going to cost me a lot of stamina. Okay, so now we're just going to have to keep those guys re-nes the whole fight. I think it'll be okay. I mean, basically starting from full here. Except my haste wore off. Yikes. It's already been 20 minutes? Oh, my pet still has it. It's not me for some reason. Okay, let's get those remezes. Well, the max level enchanter mez has a pretty juicy duration. We only have to do this like once every minute and a half. Okay, saved. All the new stuff they added seems to be better. Yeah, it might depend on the era. It's hard to remember that far back. Isn't there a decent rogue one hand with life tap in the game? There was it Blood Point? Was that the warrior rogue one? That might be Kunark. Yeah, Howling Stones is a sick weapon though. 1021. Okay, we're re-slowing. Stamina's okay, considering we cooked like 40% at the start of the fights. Let's remez. Okay, those seem to stick. As long as we Tash over channel, the mezes seem to stick on the bees pretty good. I wonder if I could memory wipe them and just like move far away. Problem is, if I go too far this way, I'm gonna pull the other bees. Forgot to parse, boys. Gotta get that data. Alright, wish me luck. This could be it. Every time we kill, this is the boss. Every time we kill her, it could be the most valuable item I've ever had in Everquest. We made it. Pulsating Ruby. Necro Berserker. Interesting. And a bunch of warrior belts. I don't think we... Yeah, we don't need the key. Alright. Alright, let's go to Island 7. Don't think there's a life tap weapon in Classic. There might be like a low-level life tap proc in Classic. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's the two-hander that procs it, right? I have one of those. Ooh, maybe I should level that thing up. It might be in the bank. Yeah, I have, when I was leveling the Berserker, I was using a two-hander, and I think it does have a siphon proc, but it's not, it wasn't like till level 45. That might be interesting to level it up, though, and toss it on one of these weapons. You getting resisted with CC spells, Root Mez Charm? If so, Orb of Tashani proc to yours or pet's weapons to save a spell cast. Well, Tash is like super fast. We usually open every fight with Tash. I don't think it's really something we necessarily need to proc. Saving this spell gem slot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like too hard up for spell gem slots at the moment. Usually this last one's like a floater. I'm not like too crammed for it. Tasher stun on pet could help with drawing some aggro. There's just no way the pet will ever hold aggro on me. I mean, aggro on this is a little bit like... Sometimes if you just back up, proximity aggro will kick in. That's like the only way I've really found to pass aggro onto the pet. Or if I just have the pet attack right away, then it can off tank. But yeah, I don't know that Tash would be something we need to like repeatedly proc unless it's a clicky. I mean, if it's a clicky, that could be useful. If you're okay with taking off Earthquaker as an example, yeah, I think we would much rather have a DPS combat proc. Either a life tap or a direct damage proc, for sure. But if there's like a Tash clicky, you know, I think that could be good. That could save a slot. Now what the hell is this thing? Okay, normally I just walk in here and fight her. I don't have to kill this cleric. An Undying Spirit? I don't think I can dispel it. It's just gonna get... It's just gonna get rebuffed from the stuff outside. Okay, I'm just going to spam Mana Sieve on this thing. I mean, this is a pretty trivial fight, but there's not usually like a cleric ad chilling in here. Also, there's no way this is a classic model. This has got to be like a Lookland model, right? There's no way this is what this boss looked like in the original game. I don't believe it. Okay. Cleric's out of mana. Do we even need to kill it? I guess I might as well. It's 40%. Remember when getting its mana back? Yeah, just be on the safe side. We'll take it out. Or if Tashani is a weapon proc. I think the Tash Clicky is Kunar Corvelius. Yeah, I don't think I would want it as a weapon proc. There's some really juicy weapon procs we can get. Okay, I think we might be able to actually just rock offensive stance against this boss. I'm watching the damage that's incoming. She's hitting for like 80s, 90s. So that's gonna double. I think we can handle that. I do need to keep her slowed though. If the slow falls off, I think she also gains celerity. And that could hurt. Okay, let's do it. See, this is a great fight. You just run in, run right past all the trash, other than that weird cleric orb. I don't know what that thing was. Poke the boss in the ankles for a few minutes and get some loot. Wonderful. Do this all day. Did they completely remove magic weapons? Yeah. Yeah, that whole system is gone. You can just, if you fight a wisp or whatever, you can just fight them. You can punch them if you want. You don't even need magical monk fists. Okay, Warrior Berserker? I don't think that's for me. Djinni Warblade. We can get a Sky Cleaver, a .86. Oh, it's kind of good. .86 Berserker weapon. I think there's an even better Berserker weapon in here, though, isn't there? This is 30 damage, 35 delay, 5 stamina, 10 dex. There's Cudgel. The Cudgel is the one I see everyone using. 45 damage, 52 delay. It's only like slightly better though. Maybe people just think it looks cooler. Okay, I'm just gonna review this Plane of Sky page real quick. And make sure... I think the only bosses I need are 6 and 7, so we'll probably just reset and run this back. Yeah, Aldryn or Thevlorn. I guess for the belts, would I use this? Girdle of Faith. Using Brell's Girdle right now, it's 13 strength, 13 stamina. I don't really need the haste. This one would be strength, whiz, agility. It would start at 6. The AC starts the same, so this one is 10 strength, 10 stamina base. I mean, it's kind of good. It's kind of good stat wise, because as we upgrade it, am I gonna upgrade it though? That's the thing. These are items here are a pain to upgrade. I don't think I'm gonna bother. This beta's over in a week, boys. I think we're just going for these weapons. Okay, so yeah, 6 and 7. And then for Ranger, just 7. Earring would be nice. Also 6. These other pieces, again, like, these are decent, but we're not worried about getting bits for everything. Thorn Stinger for the Rouge. 6 and 8. Should we go kill 8? I didn't think the fight against 8 was that bad. I wonder if I can pull her with just... without pulling the hands? The other pally weapon needs a common drop off the Island 7 trash, including Undines. Let's see. Oh, the golden hilts? I see. Well, hopefully we don't get that drop. Hopefully we get the drop from 6. Last time I did this fight, I did it with a pet. Like a charm pet, not this dinky little animation. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Project 99 says those clerics hide in the attic and many times go unnoticed. Oh, the little Undines? Yeah, they do hide in the attic. So, sticking a slow was an issue before. Also, I'm in the wrong stance, lol. You know what? She's got the proc. I did this all wrong. We gotta rock this fight in evasive stance. We're going to attempt to cast Shiftless Deeds for the next 45 seconds straight. And if it doesn't hit, I'll probably just jump off the side. Yeah, okay, we got it. GG. Easy fight. I win. Let's see what our DPS actually is. I'm not going to bother with Spellblade because she resists all the procs. We're just going to sit and recover. Big thing is not running out of endurance before the boss runs out of health. So we might have to swap to Channeler stance. Once endurance gets down to about 20 or so, we'll swap to Channeler. And then it's going to hurt a bit. It's going to eat into mana instead. It'll eat into both, but it'll be like 4 times less endurance usage, so my endurance should actually go up, I think. Or just mana that goes down. Endurance might stall. I guess the big question is, can I finish her before the slow wears off? Because landing a second slow. Last time we did this, it wasn't an issue because the Charm Pet was blasting for like 150 DPS. But now I've got my little 20 DPS animation. Also, there's still lay on hands. So, I mean, theoretically, I could just sit in balance stance and just eat it and throw out lay on hands. Ooh. My poor pet, Gantic. What's happening over there? Lay on hands yourself, dog. Maybe he already did. Alright, 47 seconds before the slow wears off. I'm not feeling great about that. Not feeling great about that. Okay, we're gonna have to try to reapply. My poor pet is actually gonna just... Is it a cone? What is he getting hit by? Alright, it's all up to the dice now, boys. Actually, though. Oh, we landed it! Okay, 5% lay on hands. That was calculated, of course. My pet seems to be not getting hit anymore. I don't know if... Did she do like a fire breath? I don't know what he was getting hit by. Okay. We're back in evasive. I have 20% stam. I think we're chilling. Yeah. 3%. My pet's no longer getting bullied. We're good. This fight is easy. This ain't no D4 Kazakh duel. Alright, a nebulous diamond for Bard. There is a nebulous item that I need, but it's not the diamond. Yeah. Trash. What do you get? The harmonic spear. It's actually kind of sick. We'll hold on to it just in case. Alright. Let's run it back. Have you parsed Ranger yet to see if unique abilities actually make the class worthwhile? No, I haven't really got a chance. I guess we could do this. I mean, we could run these bosses with a different class setup. I was trying to get a good main hand before I did some proper testing on the Ranger and the Monk, but we could try it now. Horde Strike through on here was great. It's what level? 48, 50? I think you get it at like 10, 30, and 50. It levels up. It has a few free level ups. What race am I going to start with in live? I don't know yet. I don't know. It kind of depends on what other dungeon revamps they do, man. Every time they do a revamp... I mean, right now it's looking like the place to start is going to be Antonica, but if we get like a Crushbone and an Unrest revamp, then I'm probably starting Dwarf. That's going to be a sick early game, dude. Crushbone to Unrest to Mistmore. Be level 40 in like 4 hours. Okay, so let's look at some things. I just booted this up, so should I do one more Paladin run first? Oh, actually, no. It knows, it still logs. Okay, so we can look at the parse from the other fights, even if I didn't have the logger running, even if I didn't have the DPS meter running. Sweet. So yeah, we did 80 DPS against Vishan. 53 against Sister. 86 against Noble. I wonder if I can label these. Well, it shows. See, it gets confused about classes. Yeah, I don't know quite how to use this properly. I'm trying to see if there's a way to... I mean, I guess I could just copy and paste them somewhere. Alright, let me just open a Google Doc real fast. What is this? What did I just click? Spell. I meant to do DPS breakdowns. Spell counts. I haven't seen this one. Oh, this isn't that useful. Never mind. Okay, so we can copy this. Let me see how well this shows up in Sheets. Oh, yeah, it's perfect. Okay, so this is Pal, Enchanter, Rogue, Vishan, D0. Okay, and this tells us everything. Riposte, hits, minimum, maximum, average hits, number of misses, number of crits. Trying to see if there's anything on here that's not... I mean, it's basically just taking... Yeah, it's taking this same info that we have here and just posting it into Sheets. So if it's not on here... Although it's not giving me the breakdown. Hold on, let me see if I do it this way. Because I really want to see this right here too, like the percentage and the overall damage. It's only copying the top. There we go. Okay, beautiful. So now we can see it's really these first two that we're going to pay attention to. We probably won't need to look at the advanced breakdown over here. It's really this. The overall damage of each ability that we're going to compare, and then the actual DPS right here. Okay, so that was Vishan. Let's do one for Sister. Hold on, one more thing. Oh, never mind. We don't need to. I was gonna say I was gonna break down the dot ticks, but there are no dot ticks on her because she resists them all. Okay, so let's see. Let me just make sure this is the right one. Sister, Geranadak, DPS breakdown. Do we want to track the tanking too? I mean, we kind of should, because that's going to be one of the deciding factors for Monk. is how much tankier it makes me. It's going to be a lot of data. Technically, we should look at the healing too, to see how much Mind is doing versus like rogue life taps and stuff. All that would be good to know. We're gonna start beta as easy half health and just get Bard, Paladin, X. Likely to start live as an XR for the regen AC bonus, depending on if it matters by the time they keep changing the game. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll help. I think the AC and the regen always helps. I think the Ogre Frontal Immunity helps too, even though you can kind of replace it with AAs later. CB Unrest in either Mistmore or Guck. Yeah, they also, they got rid of the translocator costs for characters that have never been level 20. So if you did want to like hop on the boat at an early level, it's not that big of a deal because you can just teleport now, like across Ocean of Tears or whatever. So it's a little bit easier to get around. Before you had to pay 10 platinum, so you couldn't just like do a level 1, you know, elf to Freeport or whatever. But now you can, so. We tried using the Enchanter Elysian Boot of the Guru for 30 attack, 100 dex, and life tap proc. Yeah, I have. The life tap is very underwhelming. The dex is probably good, but I haven't taken the time to test how good. I know for a fact that the damage shields on the... Here, I can show you, actually. I mean, 12% of my overall damage right now is coming from damage shield, and half of that is fire elemental. So, 6% of my overall DPS is the fire elemental. That's pretty hard to get rid of. If I had 100 more dex, would it increase my melee DPS by 6%? I mean, it wouldn't. It would have to increase it by more than 6%, right? Because melee isn't even... let's see, how much of my damage is even from melee? It's about 40% from main hand, offhand, and then this is kind of low. This backstab number is kind of low, but let's say that 60% of my overall damage is from main hand, offhand, and backstabs. Like, I don't know, how much more damage is Dex really gonna increase that by? I don't have any crazy procs right now, so that's the other thing. Once I'm kitted out in like a +4 main hand and we can put some good procs on it, then I think the dex will matter more there. It might matter for Spellblade. That's the only thing that I could see like really making a difference. But a lot of these fights I'm not necessarily capable of running Spellblade in some of the tougher fights. We can do it here. We can do it in most D0s. But like against D3 and D4s, we're almost never actually running Spellblade. So I'd much rather have the damage shield than any extra Spellblade procs. But if we have other procs running, if I have like a life tap proc or an earthquake proc, then it might be more valuable. Okay, what was I doing? Let's go back to Eye of Vishan so I don't confuse myself. And let's view tanking, summary table. Okay, and then tanking breakdown. And for this one, the actual damage doesn't matter too much. What we want to see is like the average hits over here. And the idea there is pretty much just like if having more AC from the monk means we could hit less. Let me just double check that we can do a 1-to-1 test here. I think I set up all my gear so that I could just easily swap. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. All this is either Paladin or Enchanter gear, except for the offhand. We gotta swap offhands for the monk. Everything else is good. Okay. Okay, and then healing breakdown. So I'm going to record this for Vishan and for Sister of the Spire. And then let's grab the healing summary from Bazatzit. How do you guys pronounce Bazatzit? Is there a canonical? This isn't even like a good enough fight to look at. I'm gonna skip that one. What about Noble? Is Noble worth looking at? Only healed 6k. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. Okay. Maybe we'll just look at Eye and Sister for now. Let me grab the tanking summary off Sister. Once I get my weapon, we'll go do this against like CT and Any, and then we'll get some real tests. But this will be something to do in the meantime. Okay, so all that's recorded. Should we do Monk next or Ranger next? I can do the exact same gear on Ranger. It doesn't matter too much, though. We need to test both of them either way. Pal Monk Enchanter was second trio on THJ, and we'll do the same on Legends. Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be the one. But I do want to give Ranger a fair shot, because it's gotten so many useful buffs lately. Race has to be a fashion choice, Erudite or Dark Elf all the way. Yeah, but you can change your race in this. So, the fact, like, your race is really just a decision that you make early game. Like, late game, you can be whatever you want. Erudite and Dark Elf are really good fashion choices, but so is Dwarf, so is Froglock, so is Ogre. There's some pretty good fashion choices out there. Did Katas help with the proc rates when you spun the Bard? It just says Dex, so I mean, yeah, more Dex will give you more procs, but I don't know the formula. Useful for Smite, lay on hands refresh, but good info on DS from Fire Alley. The idea being that more Dex means that Smite is landing more often. Yeah, that's something I really want to know more about. I mean, the conventional wisdom is that Dex helps your proc rate, but you mouse over it and it says Dex affects your chance to hit. I don't know if that's a tooltip from like retail EQ that just hasn't been cleaned up. I literally don't know what Dex does. And I feel like everyone who says they know is guessing. So until I test it myself, I don't believe what anyone says. Unless there's a dev comment. Could in the region from +6ing a Rubicite breastplate be helpful? It'd be a little helpful, but it's probably not worth giving up the other stats. Pronounce B? You guys just call her B? Ranger, Bard, Beast was my main. Heard Beast is underwhelming here, though. It is a bit underwhelming. They're slowly buffing it, though. Patch also said they fixed Ranger self-proc heal. How much does that heal for? Ranger self-proc heal. I'm not sure about that one. They gave Ranger a... they buffed one of the Ranger self-permanent buffs, which is a damage shield and an endurance regen now, which is really good. Do you have to play this game every day? Is it really grindy? This is like 100 times more casual than your typical classic EverQuest. You can play this as often or as little as you want. Yeah, it is $10 a month though, so that kind of makes it less casual. Because then if you don't pay for a month, you wasted your money. We didn't trust the tooltips then, and we don't trust them now. That's right. I mean, Boon of the Guru is something I can just like go to a training dummy and test in the future. It's probably not going to be that hard. It's not a priority right now. I'm more concerned about like testing classes than I am about testing individual spells and stuff. We'll do that in the future. Oh. Okay. Paladin, Enchanter, Monk, or Ranger? Which we do next, boys? Let me see some spam. What do you guys want to see? What chest is that? Looks like a later Monk robe. It's like a +5 Yale robe. It's got all this stuff on it. Rubicite would just have the AC in the region. I would lose the Ent, the Agility, the Dex, and the Max Mana, and the Mana Regen. Or, not the Mana Regen, the Magic Resist. Which are all stats that I like very much. But if I get a Paladin chest piece, I'll wear that. I will wear that. We're going Ranger? Okay, everyone wants to see Ranger. Ranger? It's the bow, obviously. Select race. Floglock. What stats does Ranger get? I'm curious. 5 strength, 10 agility. And 5 wisdom. Does every class add 20 stats? Maybe the casters add 30. Oh wait, this is... No, Ranger adds 30 as well. 5 strength, 10 stam, 10 agility, 5 wisdom. That's cool. Okay. Hopefully I did this correctly. Can I swap here? No, I can't. Shucks. Are we max level OP geared? We are max level, we are not OP geared. Your gear goes to +10. My best gear is only +5, and most of it is +1 or +2. So my gear could be almost twice as good as this. Plus there are drops that I still need. Namely, Aldryn, which we're going to be farming all day today. The rest of this is not that bad. My rings and shield and everything, this is all actually pretty good. It really just needs to be plussed up. This needs to get replaced. This earring needs to get replaced. Both my weapons need to get replaced. Everything else we have is pretty solid. Pretty solid. Just needs to be increased in level. Okay, so I got an achievement for reaching level 50 on Ranger. I already did that. Okay. Let me see. Let's start with the permanent buffs. These are going to be a little bit different. Ranger will have some new ones. Hopefully everything stacks. Yeah, like, I don't know if Yelp is going to stack with Nature's Precision. I hope it does. It should. Oh, it does! Okay. Huge. Okay, and then we get Call of the Sky. We'll have to see if this procs with, or if this stacks with Condemnation or Instrument of Knife. Because those are both weapon procs. One of them's Dismiss Undead, one of them's like a 35 damage DD. Hey, those stack too. Okay, sweet. It seems like most of the permas just stack. And then we have Force of Nature, which I'm guessing overrides Spike Coat, but let me get them both on here just in case. Okay. Oh, Spike Coat gets blocked by shielding. Interesting. Ah! So does Force of Nature. No, wait. Force of Nature overrides... Oh, I was not expecting that. Okay, Force of Nature overrides... Where is it? Nature's Precision. I guess it also increases attack rate. Okay. Attack rating, hit point regen, endurance regen, and damage shield. Well, I kind of want to rock Spike Coat over Major Shielding. Let me see what Art Shielding. Let me see what this actually gives me. So it's AC hit points and magic resist. We're at 601, 56, 48. So 150 health. 3 AC. Does it only give me 3 AC? And then 20 magic. The 20 magic resist is pretty juicy. Did it really only give me 3 AC? Hold on. I hate how long the spell takes to cast. It's a self buff. Just make it instant. Okay, never mind. 8 AC. 56. Okay. So... Spike Coat is almost the same amount of AC. We lose 150 health and 20 magic resist, and we gain a damage shields. Let's go see how much of a damage shield. Let me click off the other one. Okay. Should just be the one. I don't know if she's even going to be able to land a hit on me. I might be sitting here for a minute. What if I sit? She still misses. Oh, I'm in evasive stance, dummy. There we go. Okay, so it's a 4-point DS. Let me make sure I just don't have any other DSs on. Okay. Ooh, okay. 4 points. Really depends on the encounter. I mean, against casters, not worth it, but against non-casters, where we don't need the magic resists, I would definitely take a 4-point DS over 150 health. 150 health ain't nothing. It helps a little bit on my lay on hands. But that's about it. Alright. Relax, lady. Get over it. Jeez. She's still going after me. Some people really hold a grudge, you know? Any upgraded Force of Nature? Yeah, Force of Nature is really good now. So way to see current AAs. Like these? Or what do you mean? He doesn't watch you? He shows up from time to time. It's like 10 p.m. for him right now. 11 p.m. Sometimes he's got to sleep. Is the reason you're sticking with Enchanter? Seems like a weird class for what you're trying to do. Enchanter is the perfect class for what we're trying to do. Shammy will give you slow, dots, mallow, canny. Yeah, so Enchanter has slow, and it has a dot, not as many as Shaman. It has Tash, which is kind of like mallow. It also has a damage shields, which Shaman doesn't have. It also has clarity, mana regen, which the Shaman doesn't have, which I would probably take over Canny, because Canny costs you health. Candy's more for like cleric builds, I feel like, because you can get more efficiency out of it. I don't know how efficient it would be for on a paladin. We also get charm with the enchanter, which can be really good. Sometimes it's not, but it can be really good. And then as far as pets, like, I don't really know enough about the shaman pet to know how it compares with the enchanter pet. But yeah, the mana regen is the big one. Paladin's actually kind of mana hungry in this because of smite. And then, like I said, I like the damage shields. And I like charming. I just really enjoy charming. I actually hate charming more than anything, but I also like it, you know? More of a bard runner, made both. He likes enchanter and also never bought symphonic aura on bard. I would definitely use Shaman over Bard. Yeah. I mean, I think that there's an argument that Shaman is a better support than Enchanter, broadly speaking. But in this particular setup with the Paladin, I do like Enchanter. If I was playing a different tank, I would use Shaman. But I like Enchanter specifically with the Paladin. Oh, did you guys hear that crack? Is Wiz Int Caster a bit better thing versus Wiz Wiz or Int Int? Someone said there was a bonus mechanism. Forgot how they explained it. Yeah, it depends on your stances. So, like, if I'm in Divine stance, every time I spend mana, that mana gets converted into a heal. And if I have multiple Wisdom classes, then I get more of a heal. It's not amazing. And then Empower, this one right here, this is like the damage. I mean, you can use it for healing too. But most people, I think, use this for nuking. 40% plus 20% per non-hybrid casting class. So your nukes hit 40% harder, plus an extra 20% per ant class. But it spends more mana. So yeah, for some of your stances, stacking certain classes is good. I don't think either of them are good enough for you to make a class choice based on that. It's more like just another little edge for certain combos. I would still base your combo around, like, broadly how the classes play together rather than the stances, but there is a little bit of benefit there. Does a mage have like a 50-point damage shield? Yeah, but if I swapped the mage, I would lose all that stuff. I mean, the enchanter's the whole package. It's the mana regen, the slow, the haste, the charm, and the damage shield, and other stuff. Could run Mage DS pots. There's a lot of potential with potions, yeah. Definitely disagree with me or with them. Yeah, AoE Mez is really good. Use that a lot while leveling. Had some crazy pulls. Shaman Pet is kind of booty because you can buff it with Puma and it ends up being worth. On D4I, Shaman Pet did 15% of the Knight's DPS and half of the Pet's DPS was Puma. What was the combo that he used? Was that the non-cleric kill? The economy isn't bad where I'm at. I have old world privilege. Sub-shaming in this economy? I mean, look, dude. $6. You can't even get coffee for $6. What do you mean in this economy? In the inflationary economy? When subs are now the price of a stick of gum? Think of it that way. Think of how cheap subs on Twitch have gotten because of inflation. SK Shaman Rogue could be a fun build. Yeah, I'm gonna be running SK Shaman Wizard in the next beta because I want to try Wizard as a Spellblade. But I've been thinking of also doing Shaman Rogue Necro. So I got a couple builds that are like adjacent to that one that we're probably gonna try next beta. Paladin Monk Shaman. See, I think Paladin Monk Enchanter is just better than that. There's like Shaman. I don't know. Shaman and Paladin just doesn't. I don't think it's as good as Paladin Enchanter because like you already have basically the same heals from the Paladin, and all the utility that the Shaman has, you can get on Enchanter for the most part. You lose out on like some dot damage, but you gain the mana regen, and the Paladin needs the mana regen if you're going to be smiting. So I like Enchanter better for Paladin. But if I was playing Warrior or Shadow Knight, I would use Shaman for sure over Enchanter. It's a slightly stronger slow. It's not that big of a deal. It's basically the same slow. The stat buffs are nice though. You show a Class A tab? Yeah. Oh, I never maxed out Slay Undead. That's a good one. Yeah, so you get 104 attack rating on Ranger for free. And you also get 30% strike through for free. I didn't spend AAs on either one of these. You just get them for being a Ranger, which is really nice. Because like Monk, I had to spend like 30 AAs to get all the stuff to make it work. But Ranger's just free. You just stick it into any melee comp and you get a lot of value. So, okay. Let me hop back in here. Get these buffs rolling. Get my bars set up. Go all warrior? You can't. If you could triple class, if you could just warrior, warrior, warrior. I mean, obviously that's what we would do. But they won't let you do that. So I gotta decide if we're going to rock Spike Coat or Arch Shielding. I mean, dude, against these bosses, like... The thing is, against Eye of Vishan, it really just depends on the fight. Against Eye of Vishan, we're in evasive stance for more than half the fight. So damage shield is not as crazy. What did we get, actually? Let me check what it did against EOV. Bro, it's still... The damage shield was still 6% of my DPS in that fight, even with how long we were in evasive stance. That's crazy. That's crazy. See, I don't know. I don't know. It's good. Damage shield is good. I don't care about 150 health that much. I think I'm gonna rock. I think I'm gonna rock the Spike Coat. Nature's Precision we can just drop entirely. I don't think we'll ever... Yeah, that's blocked by Force of Nature, so we can get rid of that. Are there any other Ranger permas that I'm forgetting? I don't know what slot this one takes. Call of Earth? Also blocked by Force of Nature. Okay. Oh yeah, we get resist fire now. I think we get resist cold too, actually. Let me see if Bramble stacks with all these other DSs. I think it should. Skin like Steel's not going to work. Bramble Coat's not going to work. Barb Coat's not going to work. Rift Winds, I'm guessing... Yeah, I think this is just a weaker version of Call of Earth. But let me double check. Blocked by Force of Nature. Yeah, okay. There's Endure Colds. That should be it. Hawkeye. Might as well. We have the better version of Endure Fire. Okay, yeah. That stacks. Now we have to see if it stacks with feedback. Just making sure I got everything else. Okay, so let's load the buff loadout, and then I'm not gonna quick buff. I'm gonna see what stacks with what first before we start using quick buff. Pure Warrior's inferior? No, I mean you literally can't triple. You have to have 3 different classes. So. Mellow's better than Tash by far. You get 5 resist debuffs, not just magic. I don't know if I care about the other resist, do I? I mean, I'm not doing any fire or cold or disease. I'm really just doing magic. I think even my dots are magic. Shaman might care, because I think the Shaman dots are poison or disease. But, yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, I don't think I need anything other than the magic debuff. I really just need to be able to land slow and some things like weaken or disempowerment, which are all magic. So, yeah, I don't know if for this build, I don't know if we care that much about the other resists. Pet-wise, we do more damage? Well, it depends. Not if we're charming. The charm pet's absolutely blast. Four-point damage shield doesn't seem worth it. Seems such a so low for such a high-level spell for the ranger. Well, it's AC and damage shield. Where is it? Do I even have it on? Yeah, Spike Coat. It's 1 less AC than major shielding, so it's a lot of AC. You just get the damage shield in place of the health and MR. Yeah, 4 points doesn't sound like a lot, but that will be like 2 or 3% of our total DPS. DPS gets cut dramatically when you slow the mob. Yeah, I'm just looking at the parses when it comes to the damage shields. And they're always slowed, and the DS still always performs really well. What's the self-proc ranger heal they were talking about? I'm not sure about that one. Don't forget Sal. Oh, yeah, we have Sal now, you guys. I don't know if we even have room for that. He'll finally run faster. I have my horse. This is better than Sal. Ranger sustain, Beast Lord slow, caster cleanup, 3 changes. Rangers now get sustain credit for their self-heal proc. The builder used to ignore it from EQ guides. Okay, I mean I think that's what's his name? That's the YouTuber's website, right? He's saying that his ranking of Ranger is going up because of Ranger sustain, but I don't know what he's talking about. Self-heal proc. It's sustain credit for their self-heal. I have no idea. Maybe he's talking about putting heal on Spellblade? Okay, Valor stacks with everything. Brels should stack too. Cool, so far so good. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to test. Feedback. Will feedback stack with thorns? With Shield of Brambles. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. They should stack. Come on. Oh, actually, we get a better strength spell from Ranger. I didn't even think about that. Strength of Earth! I don't know how much better, but... $15 strength. I think the other one was like 14. I don't remember how much it was. I don't think that's much better though. Okay, there's haste. All of our different resists. Did I even cast the other resists? I have too many resists now, dude. There's fire, disease, endure cold. Okay. I think that's all of them. Poison's down here. Okay, so we lose the rogue poisons, but we end up with pretty much the same amount of buffs overall. We gained a couple permanents, we gained a couple non-permanents, we got a thorns that overwrites the old thorns. We got a replacement for major shielding. Sweet. Now I gotta look at the active spell set. Let me make sure I saved this one. Should I throw these on my pet? I probably should. I guess I should swap this out for Shielded Brambles, since they can't both be used. The pet really just needs hit points, strength, and haste. Don't care too much about the other stuff. Maybe the buffs to Force of Nature. Yeah, maybe. It's not a proc, though. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. Is there like a ranger spell that's quested or something? Let me look at my unscribed ranger spells. There's only one spell I don't have. Call of Flame. I think we have to do a quest for this. It is kind of nice. 300 damage, half-second casts. We throw that out every 10 seconds. 100 mana. Maybe. Dots might be better. Palace K, get an upgraded horse AA and alien, don't have to buy a horse from a vendor. You can buy horses from a vendor? Does the game wipe every week? No. No. That'd be a lot of wiping. Is there a ranger weapon proc buff? A weapon proc buff? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, are you asking if they proc more than other classes? I think it's based on dex. I don't know if it's based on class. Should I wait then to start? Well, you can start on July 1st, and there's a 3-week beta. That's going to get wiped. If you don't want to get wiped at all, then you should play at the end of July. But I think it's probably worth hopping in the pre-order beta and messing around for a day or two at least. Strike Through should be your major improvement with Ranger, aside from DS overtime. Strike Through plus the attack bonus that we get from the self buff, plus the HP regen that we get, plus the stamina regen is really big. Like, yeah, I'm at 58 combat regen now, or endurance regen, combat endurance regen. Let me see how much this actually gives. Yeah, it gives 10, which is the same as Chloro. So, that's big. You get like a personal chloroplast, basically. Let's see how much the HP regen on it was. Yeah, it's literally a personal chloroplast. That was 16 HP regen and 10 stamina. That's pretty good. I wasn't expecting it to be that high. Okay, now I gotta think of like other ranger stuff. Immolate. Please tell me I don't need a fire beat alive for this. Oh my god. Why? It's really efficient. We should use this. There any keys left? For the pre-order beta, you just pre-order the game. Nobody's got keys for it. Well, somebody might. But that starts on July 1st. Rangers get buffs like Call of Sky, which add a proc. Oh, that's like a 35. Well, it might be more at level 50, but it's like a 30-something damage DD proc. Got the Strike 3 AAs? Yeah, those are free. You get those without having to buy them. They're auto-granted. Ranger defensive and offense skill caps still less than other melee classes? Possibly. That's one thing I forgot to check on the Rogue, actually. Let's take a look. Let's make some notes. Okay, so we want to look at... one-hand slashing, one-hand blunts. You want to look at offense and defense. Dual wields. Triple attack, double attack, triple attack. What else? Bash? Do we care about bash? Block. Who gets blocked? Does Ranger get blocked? I don't think Paladin gets blocked. Maybe we do. I thought my block didn't start leveling up until I put Monk on. Cleaning this up real quick. Okay, dodge. 205, double attack. 225. Dual wield 210. I think the rogue might have had more dual wields. Oh, kick. I don't have regular kick leveled up. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to auto skill that. Alright, 210 offense. Oh yeah, parry and riposte. Man, do you guys know there were so many skills in this game? Smite shouldn't ever change. Only one class gets that. But just in case, we'll write that one down too. Okay, I think... Oh yeah, strategy. That might be... That's like the new skill, right? That might be different from class to class. I don't know. Okay, 100 triple attack. Do we care about taunt? I don't know. Maybe warrior gets more taunt or something. I don't know if there's different taunt limits. Okay. Do we miss anything? Swimming? Don't care about sneak. Forage. Disarm. I've never seen disarm do anything once in my life. I think it's a fake skill. Okay, and then we'll just say 250 all weapons. I think the only class that's going to have more than 250 is monk. Okay, cool. Got all that recorded. We'll check the rogue skills again later. Are you haste capped at 74%? I think it's, yeah, 75 is the cap currently. It's really easy to hit. Like, you can hit it with a bunch of different things. You don't even need that good of a haste. I don't think Bash is actually going to do anything because we're going to be dual wielding. But we do have Kick now, so that's something. It's not going to keep up with Backstab, but it's something. Throw it on there so we can look at it. Any other Ranger stuff that we need to load in? I think I have to go get a Fire Beetle Eye. I want to put Immolate on the bar. And maybe this thing? Scorching Arrow. If it ticks twice, that's 400 damage for 100 mana. It's kind of nice. It might only tick once, though. It says 210 and then 105 every 6 seconds for 6 seconds. So that might just be one tick. So that would be 3 to 1. How does that compare to Immolate? Immolate is 72 mana. And it's going to do 72 damage. What is that? 9 times? You get the first tick and then you get 8 more, I think. So that's definitely worth using. We also get Swarm of Pain. Oh, I didn't realize how much dotting we were going to get to do with the Ranger. Resist Magic. So this has a minus 50 mod on it too, so it's a little easier to land. Immolate doesn't have anything like that. But it'll work with Tash. And this is a minute long. It's more mana though. 167 mana. But that'll take, what, like 11 times? Yeah, I think that's worth using. That's definitely worth using. Okay, so we want to try to find room for those. What else? I get an agility buff now. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I don't have room for all these buffs, bro. They need to give us an unlimited buff bar somewhere. Detach it from the regular spell gems. A Ranger might like fire resist being debuffed. Yeah, I still don't think it's gonna be worth changing the whole build over to Shaman just for the Ranger fire damage, though. Do you think that's gonna be that significant? Does Bash work with it having in the any slot? No, I don't think so. Actually, I know the two-handed Bash doesn't. I don't know, maybe the regular Bash does. You can quest Call of Flame? I don't want to. Unless it's like a 5-minute quest. You have a decent bow? No, we're not going to be testing bows at all. Maybe next beta. Save a buff loadout? I literally have 2 full buff loadouts, and I'm about to have to start a 3rd one. That's why I'm whining. Okay, what else? We're good on armor, we're good on attack. Yeah, it's just the agility that we need to throw in here. How much agility is it really? Like 10? 18! It's kind of good. We get wolf form. What does that do? Increasing your movement speed and attack rating? How much? How much attack rating? 10 attack rating, and it deleted something. Did it delete Call of Nature? Force of Nature? Also, I look dumb. Yeah, it does. Okay, well, that's not going to happen. Force of Nature's way better. Superior camouflage. Okay, so does Pack Shrew last longer than the regular one? Is Spirit of the Shrew and Spirit of the Wolf literally just the same thing on the server? I don't think either one of them cares if you're indoors or outdoors, right? Deleted Daring? No, it's just wearing off the pet. I'm not too worried about the pet. I do want to make sure my buffs are all up for the next fight, though. I've been sitting around doing a lot of... I just want to see if there's anything else I'm missing. I actually am kind of hungry for spell gems now. It wasn't an issue on the Rogue, but now it's... On this build it is. We get level 45 Snare now. Before we had also a level 45 Snare. Wonder which one's better. This one does damage. Which one do you think is least likely to get resisted? The Enchanter one seems to last a lot longer. None of them seem like they have a resist mod. Okay. Definitely going to be struggling for room now, though. Reoccurring amnesia. Jolt. Causing partial memory loss. Okay, no. Oh, we can replace this with Harmony. We can replace Pacify with Harmony. Okay, yeah, it's going to be hard to put the dots on here. I mean, we need... It kind of depends on what this loadout is for. I might just have to make a different one. This is kind of like the generic dealing with trash loadouts. And then I kind of use it for bossing. So, there's 2 dots that I want on the bar, and then maybe... Maybe Scorching Arrow. Let me test this real fast. It casts so fast. Yeah, no, it procs twice. That's over 400 damage. That's a good spell. Wow, dude. Well, I can't Spellblade it. I think we still rock Discordant for Spellblade. I mean, in some of these scenarios against bosses where I'm not running Spellblade, I should just drop the first gem and replace this with a dot. So there's one. So I really just need like one more slot because we've got Scorching Arrow. We can put another dot here. Yeah, I could just drop like Pacify and put a dot in there against some of the bosses. Same with these mezzes. Yeah, so we'll worry about the double dot for the boss loadout, I think. It's kind of like a hybrid loadout right now. Okay, getting those kick level ups. So 100 mana for 400 damage. I think this is still better. I think both the dots are still probably better in terms of mana efficiency. Maybe not. I think this is going to be 11 ticks, right? Let me test this one too. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to be like pixel perfect to expand these. 1, 2, 3. I'll just wait till it ends. Got 21 DS now without Fire Elemental. It's kind of a lot. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's what I thought. I don't think I can cast Immolate. I don't know if Fire Beat alive. Okay, I'm gonna assume that I think they all work the same. I'm gonna assume this is 9 ticks. I'm gonna assume it does 72 damage. Okay, so Immolate is 72 mana. I have to memorize it. What is this called? Swarm of Pain. Okay, and then Scorching Arrow, 100 mana. And then let me see what it hit for. Okay. Immolate is really good in terms of mana. It's like crazy efficient. It's like 3 times, it's like 2.5 times better than the other one. Scorching Arrow. Can I just click on it here? Oh, nice. Okay. So Scorching Arrow and Swarm of Pain are close in terms of damage per mana. We have to cast Scorching Arrow more often, but it's also a very quick cast. I think I might prefer that because of how fast it is. Maybe we'll just use all of them though. I guess for fun, let me throw in the Enchanter dot here too and see how that compares. So it's 150 mana. That is also going to be 9 ticks plus the initial damage. I think some of these numbers are slightly off. We'll have to verify, but should be close enough. Okay, and then what was the mana cost on that one? 150. Okay, so that's kind of in between Immolate and the other two. Pretty good. Enchant 1 is a root, not a snare. This Legends will be pre-Kunark zones? Yeah. Shrew is an indoor cast unless it has run speed. Just use Sal. I think they're the same on the server. I don't know if there's actually any difference. Jolt is the anti-ranger gate spell. Alright, Dan, we'll see you next time. Snare should be less likely to resist versus root. Yeah, it probably is. I mean, also, root tends to break on damage a lot. Not that we would be hitting rooted targets, but yeah, I think snare, if you were actually going to keep hitting something, you always wanted to snare it rather than root it. Lots of plus minus for Harmo versus Passy. Harmo is AoE and unresistible, but indoor only and has a smaller aggro reduction coefficient. Does it actually? I thought it had the strongest. What's crazy though is this works up to level 65, which is massive because a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to pacify is higher than 55, and so pacify won't work on it. So yeah, I think for the most part we want harmony. Plus I think it's unresistible. Yeah, you said it was unresistible. Arrow is burst also versus dots. It is more bursty, but it's also better DPM than Swarm of Pain. It's better damage per mana than Swarm of Pain. So yeah, I guess it's just going to depend on if we're fighting stuff that has fire resist or not. Okay, I gotta go get a fire beetle eye, you guys. Because Immolate is by far the best new damage spell that we have. Are there fire beetles in Steam font? I'll just run over to Freeport. Delta's like Enchanter's Boggle, threat reduction, not a threat or aggro wipe. Yeah, I think he was trying to say that that's what Rangers use to avoid pulling threat and dying. Which is something they are known for. Okay, so Shrew... Is it on? Why am I going so slow? Oh, this spell sucks. Is it indoor only? It says it also functions indoors. Pretty sure it's literally doing nothing. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's indoor only. Alright, let's do... That is a misleading tooltip. That's not what the word also means. Honestly, Sato doesn't make me that fast either. It's all about the horse. Start a zone at Freeports. Yeah, we're going to run over to West Freeport. East Freeport? West Freeport. Unity EQ, never done try, class, anything. Do I have to run a warrior to be able to tank? Can I be a paladin, tank everything on D4? Yes, you can use warrior, paladin, or Shadow Knight for tanking. For D4, once you get gear, there are other combos that work as well. For example, you could tank as like a monk shaman or something. Like you could wear the next tier of armor down below plates. And there's other things that you could do to keep yourself alive. It also depends on if you're playing in a group or not. Obviously, like, in a group setting, you might not have to tank. You can rely on someone else to do that. But yeah, for soloing, you probably want a warrior or a paladin or a shadow knight in your build if you're new. But you don't have to. There's other ways that you can get clever and keep yourself alive even without a tank class. There's the cleric and the bard are also able to wear plate. Their armor sets don't tend to have quite as much AC as the other plate classes, but it's still plate. And the cleric's really good at keeping you alive in general. So there's some potential to not have a tank class in your spec, but if you're new, you might want to. Can tank with shaman, cleric, caster. Yeah, or cleric, enchanter, plus whatever you want. Something with a slow. You could do cleric bard too. Cleric bard plus some third. Cleric plus a class that can slow. Can probably stay alive in D4 content. Depending on the fight, some fights might take more gear than others. Don't D4 bosses rip buffs? Not too badly. I mean, they'll reduce the duration of your buffs, but they won't just, like, rip them off entirely. So didn't work indoors, so Shrew was made for indoors. Yeah, but I don't really know what it does on this server. It says it also works indoors, which is... I don't know, maybe it's just an old tooltip. Okay, we're looking for fire beetles. I don't see any. Oh, there's one. Okay, sweet. I got some fire beetles. Why are they stackable? Wait, they don't get used up, do they? I think it just requires a fire beetle. Dude, if it uses one, I'm actually gonna be so sad. Okay, yeah, it just requires it to be in your inventory. It doesn't actually use it. Alright, I think we're finally ready to play the game. I think Ranger's good to go. Just got a rebuff. Wanting to run Paladin, SK, Enchanter, or Paladin, Shaman, Enchanter. Want to make sure I'm able to farm D4 Plane of Sky solo for gear. You don't need to do D4 Plane of Sky, if that's what you meant. At least not right now. They might change it in the future, but right now, all you need to do is D0 Sky. The harder encounter, if you're trying to solo, is going to be D4 Inaruk. He's probably the toughest thing you need to kill for gear currently. The only reason to do D4 Sky is like to challenge, do a challenge run. You don't get anything extra for it. Last time I ran Ranger was when I power leveled a few to add range DPS burn for a few raid bosses with AoE Bard back in the P99 days. The higher tier drops not lead to higher tier quest gear? No. I don't know if that's going to get changed, but right now there's no point in running high difficulty Sky. Also, it's insane. Like, you would need a really specialized build to do D4 Sky compared to the other D4s. There wouldn't be a lot of versatility to what you could actually do it with until you were like giga geared. Tier 10 Sky Weapons is going to take a grip. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of motes. You do D0 quest, then upgrade with motes, then combine. Yeah. But I mean, even if you're moting everything all the way to like +6 or +7, it's still a lot. I suspect it's going to get changed. I don't know if it's going to get changed before launch, but I do suspect that the way you grind Sky is going to change. It's probably my least favorite piece of content right now, and it's like the end game. So I think they're gonna get an influx of feedback regarding Sky in the next beta. That is my guess. Okay. So we need to put the agility buff. Was there something else we figured out that doesn't stack? Brambles is on the other one. I can swap that out. I feel like there was another thing that we needed to have on here, though. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, Spirit of Wolf is the other one. I was using this for Levitate. I guess it doesn't really need to live here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to drop the pet at the end. That doesn't need to be here. Okay. So, unfortunately, I have to manually cast these. And then I can switch to the other loadout. Save this one. Then we can quick buff this one. Does my pet need Sal? Motes drop all level, so you can do D4 hate or whatever to farm good motes, which is nice. Nobody wants to do Sky forever. Yeah. I mean, you can moat your sky drops somewhat. Like, you're not gonna be moating that many of the drops to like 6 or 7. You might be moating them to like 3 or 4 even. I don't know. I haven't farmed enough D4 to see, but I don't think you get that many moats to farm stuff that high. People are saying it feels optimal to upgrade to +4. Yeah, I think that's probably right. I don't think you're gonna be moating stuff up to like 5, 6, 7 very often. I think Tiner, they added the moat upgrade combined. Yeah, but even then, I mean, let's see. I got 120, so this is 60 T2s, 30 T3s, 15 T4s. I mean, you already, by the time you get to T4, that's like your whole stock, you know? It's like not worth to go further. This guy's always been shit. I can only imagine doing a solo long term. I think people will probably group to farm Sky. I mean, once you get gear, like these fights are already getting kind of easy, and I'm not even really that geared yet. Now that I kind of just understand them more, so yeah, I don't know. It's just like it just needs to get overhauled. That's really what it comes down to. Okay, let's throw some Viz. And we're just gonna run straight to Island 6. Oh, that... Okay. Apparently mounting makes me non-invisible. I should probably be killing Noble, too. But this is more exciting. You've never seen a sky piece above 8? Yeah, I think most people are going to burn out by the time they get that far, honestly. Because also, like, what's the point? I mean, at that point, you're so strong that all the content is trivial anyways. If they actually incentivize farming D4 Sky, then I think people will both have a reason to max out their gear, and they'll also have a way of doing it that's doesn't involve like a billion runs. So he won't see me over here, right? These things have a crazy aggro radius. Okay, we need mez for this because of the ads. We, ooh, actually, Harmony kind of clutch here. Well, if it has enough range. Oh god, this is not gonna work. Okay, maybe it will. Is it the big one? Or is that just... Oh, damn it, dude. Does it matter how big the bee is? Like, does that actually indicate anything? I'm really worried that it's going to chain pull the other one now. Let's travel like? No POP books. It's still slow. They don't have ports and SAL. It's not that bad. They give you some like miniature J boots in the tutorial that work out of combat, so you can use those to run around in the beginning. And then there's some translocator NPCs that will teleport you like across the ocean, so you don't have to take the boat. I don't actually know where all the different translocators are. Maybe someone in chat knows. The other thing you can do is you can just put a druid or a wizard on your first combo and level it up to like 26. And then you'll get all the self ports and they'll become rituals. And then you can drop that class and you'll still have the ritual for your other classes. So you don't have to stay a druid or wizard forever. That's what a lot of people are doing. Okay, I needed you to not resist that. Oh, maybe I just hit him. Okay, yeah. Helps if we don't auto-attack the Nez target. Okay, that was the right one. Maybe it is just a bigger one. Maybe I've been, like, over-strategizing this the whole time. Someone's saying it's the middle one. Yeah, that's the one I just pulled. I mean, he literally is physically bigger than the other ones, so... I was just so zoomed out, I didn't notice before. Probably better to compare boss fights. Yeah, I'm only going to parse Sister of the Spire and Eye of Vishan. I'm not going to parse this. This fight is dumb. Also, I need to get my kick skill ups. We're not going to get an accurate read of kick yet. I got to do a few minutes of kicking. Get my legs warmed up. Rituals, once you get a druid whiz to 24 is clutch. For druid, you want to go 26 to get all of them. I only went to 25 and I didn't get Misty Thicket. You have to be one level higher than the level of the port. So I think for druid you want to go to 26. I don't know what it is for wizard. Also, Misty Thicket doesn't really matter. So I just ran up there from Karana when I needed to go there. So you can multi-class 3 at once. You can swap out others out of combat. Yeah, you can swap your second and your third class pretty easily. Your primary class is a little bit more work. You get you're stuck with one primary class while you're leveling. At level 50, you unlock a second primary class. And then once you're clearing Plane of Sky, you can unlock all the primary classes eventually. But it does take some grinding. My idea was Mage Chanter and either Cleric or Druid, depending. Yeah, it really depends on if you plan on soloing for leveling, and if you plan on soloing high difficulty bosses. If you're grouping, you can play pretty much anything and find a way to make it work. If you're soloing, there are certain things you're going to have to think about, like being able to wear plate, being able to slow the boss, you know, stuff like that to be able to stay alive. And then, obviously for leveling, like, some classes are going to solo level a lot better than others. Pixie Essence. Do I need this? I think I need it. If you swap in an unleveled class, does it make you start at 10 again? Yes. Each of the classes has... it remembers your highest level with that class. And if you swap to a class you haven't leveled up, whatever the lowest level is, that's what level you are now. 25 for Druid, 23 for Wiz. Yeah, I went to 25 for Druid and it wasn't... You have to go one level higher, because the Misty teleport is 25. But also, you could just not care about Misty. It's pretty fast to level 25, though. Like, leveling doesn't really slow down until, like, high 30, 40-ish. You can get other classes to 25 pretty quick. I'm just waiting to lay on hands. There's one more spawn after this one, so I gotta make sure I've got enough mana for it. We can throw out some dots. Especially Immolate. Immolate is so efficient. 72 mana is crazy. Why am I smiting for 312 now? Did I gain mana somehow from being a ranger? I guess... Oh, because of the whiz that they start with. I didn't even think about that. A little boost to my smite. That's kind of nice. I was only doing like 280 or 290 before. Guess I'll re-slow him. I kind of want him to just kill himself on the damage shields. Slows take a lot of mana, especially over-channeled. Alright, my pet laid on hands himself. I love that he does that, dude. That's so nice. Okay, this is the final form. I might have to bail. I need lay on hands to come back up, but my mana's so low. I don't know if I can... get enough smites for that. We'll do evasive. Actually, this... I have plenty of stamina. We'll be okay. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, I didn't realize I still had so much endurance. Can emulate this thing without even having to over channel. That's nice. I mean, some mobs, it might actually be easier to stick a fire dot than the regular one. Okay. Oh, I'm bad at the game. Hold on. Didn't pay attention to the ad. Let's go over here. Let me tash this guy just in case. Bro, my shiftless deeds can still fizzle? What? Just making sure none of my gear is yellow. Okay. So far, this is like pretty much the same DPS as the Rogue. But this is also a weird fight, so I don't know if it's a good test. Also, I'm getting griefed by this ad, so if that wasn't the case, I'd be able to like keep my dots up more and stuff like that. Wouldn't be so one mana. I do miss the Blood Siphon Strike. I feel like those heals added up. I mean, it's usually a few thousand extra health over the course of the fight. God, I just don't remember this thing taking so long to kill. Oh, it's my pet's not attacking. Alright. That's why. That's embarrassing. We have to re-tell him to attack every every phase of the fight. This is rough, dude. I'm out of stam. Can this thing be mezzed? I don't think so, right? No, it can't. Okay. Had to check. Might be cooked here. Let me see if my pet throws me another heal. This slow is off. No, I'm gonna bail. Let's just restart the fight from the beginning. I also need to like rebuff. Will they fly up here? Oh, okay, I don't think they will. Are Paladin and Shadow Knight both equally viable and more flavor, or are there some pretty big mechanical AA differences? SK does more DPS, Pal has more sustain. I don't know if that's still true. Is it? I mean, we're just assuming Shadow Knight has more DPS because of Classic, right? But we're not taking into things like Smite. It might depend on how you build. Has anyone actually parsed a geared Pally and a geared Shadow Knight on Legends? That's all that stuff is still different now, you know? Like, this is a different version of the game. Paladin over Shadow Knight for boss killing right now because of lay on hands and smites. They feel overtuned, might be nerfed. Smite is strong, but it's expensive. I mean, even when as an enchanter, I run out of mana all the time. Can Ogre not start as Paladin, but if I make a Dwarf Paladin, I can swap to Ogre Paladin and have the stun immunity? Well, it depends on what else is in your combo. I mean, you could be like an Ogre Shaman, and then pick up Paladin as your second. The Paladin doesn't have to be your primary. Your second and third class don't have to match your race at all. Only the first class does. SK with Harm Touch resets and reuse Vampiric, etc. over Pally DPS. I'd be curious to see how they're building. How much is Harm Touch doing? Is it still just level times 10, basically? Or do they crank it up? Man, rebuffing is going to be agony on this loadout. Paladin weapons are better than SK weapons, yeah. There's some pretty good SK weapons, though, especially for leveling. I've looted this thing like 1,000 times, the Blade of Abrogation. I feel like you could get this thing up to like +8 really easily. There's some other cool Shadow Knight leveling weapons too. Paladin gets Ghoulbane, but right now it is a pain in the ass to farm. I don't know if there's going to be a Guck revamp. But it is quite a grind to try to upgrade Ghoulbane. Can you do the Fiery Avenger quest more than once? Like, is that how people upgrade their Fiery Avengers, or do you just have to use moats? Paladin gets the insane Zephyr upgrade thing, and SKs get something way worse for main hand, like the any drop. Insane Zephyr thing. I'm not sure about that. I think Paladins are using pretty much... The Paladin weapon progression is like Ghoulbane into Fiery Avenger into Aldryn, I think, for most people. But it depends on what other classes you're combining with. Harm Touch can crit 4 to 6k. How often can you get it up? What up, Zio? Been a bit since I watched you hit the EQ. Bro, I've been playing this non-stop. Where you been? Zio, 100 months.
What does one even say? The day has finally come.
Oh my...
overwhelmed with emotions.
Gosh, what a milestone. I feel like it was just yesterday when we were at 69 months and you said that you were going to cancel your sub. Plane of Sky weapons. Pally has the best one-hander. SK has the best two-hander. Between the two knights anyways. Is anyone actually two-handing, though? Like, outside of leveling, is anyone actually two-handing in raids? I kind of think that Sword and Shield is the way to go. I'm only dual-wielding to give, like, the melee classes a good shot on the parse, but, like, man, it kind of feels like Shield is the way. The two-hand... I don't think the two-hand DPS is better than dual-wielding. It feels like... I don't know, it kind of feels like you either dual wield or you just go sword and shield. Okay, does this look like the right amount of buffs? I was in LA and SD. You were in San Diego, not watching my stream, and also not asking me if I wanted to hang out? Okay, that's cool. That's fine. I see how it is. I need to be invisible for this. I also kind of need to be a not fire elemental so we can walk faster. We have Sow now. I keep forgetting that I have Spirit of Wolf now, you guys. What a spell! Remind me to kill DiGiorno before we leave. Lots of Berserker two-handing? Yes, that's the exception. I mean, Berserker, obviously, you got a two-hand. It's a vibe. Not a lot of D4 rating with Berserker happening, though. Unless you're grouping. He's a +8 cudgel, but confirmed dual wield has higher consistent DPS. Yeah, I think two-handed could get some love. I don't really know what they could do for it, though. So you were leaving on the 23rd? Did I say that? TNL down? Aw. Has it been fun, dude? Do you like the new expansion? Okay. So, I think we can just solo pull. This is why I spawn it way over here. I mean, I think we just do the thing now. Ah, oh, this is gonna be so easy. I don't have a hotkey for this one. I should put that somewhere else. Gotta use this every 10 seconds. We'll do that a little differently on the next fight. All these ranger dots I think are kind of underestimated though, dude. Well, when they don't get resisted. Damage shield's hitting for 31 now. I don't know if Spellblade's gonna do anything here. Resisted. The fire spells seem to land okay against this boss. I'm just gonna have to like learn the. Oh, we got some good Spellblade procs too. Okay, no, this is working. Yeah, this is working. Grasping Embrace is struggling. Okay, that one landed. I mean, I expect that all the dots combined together are going to do more damage than backstab, but then again, Rogue does have Blood Siphon dot. And also... Like, it just depends on how much they're going to get resisted. Having to sit in overchannel to land dots is not ideal. What is all this stuff, dude? Oh, wait, this is good. Actually, I think I need this. One of my earrings still sucks. Going Shaman and Enchanter Paladin, going to dual wield shields. With the shield skin on my blade. Will they let you do that? Berserker Pal Cleric is still very viable. Still very strong. I think it's viable. Berserker with Cleric is probably the only way you would even have a chance of making it work. I mean, are people running Berserker stance when they do that? And the Cleric can keep you up in Berserker stance against D4s? Oh, you're slogging through the story sip? Yeah, dude, I'm so glad I didn't bother to do that. I don't know why they don't just delete all the story content from the game. Paladin, Shaman, Berserker, Shadow Knights, Shaman, Berserker, and Cleric variants will all be fine in D4. But if you're running Berserker and you're not using Berserker stance, like, what's the point? Yeah, you can run two-hand with Shaman. You can do a lot of crazy weapon combos in this. You can do, like, 2 swords with a monk. It's just, you know, not always ideal because the monk gets more skill on the other and blunt and hand-to-hand. When he has Lay of Hands, he'll Zerker stance for DPS, then eyeball it and swap back based on promised renewal. Okay. Okay. Wonder how much those smites are landing for. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, something about running Paladin and Cleric together just bothers me. But I guess if you're treating the Paladin almost as like a DPS class with Smite and then using the emergency heal. I mean, the fact that you can get your Smites up twice as often in Berserker stance kind of does make Paladin into a DPS class. I don't know, it just feels weird though. Like, wouldn't you rather just run Monk? Maintenance, give my F key a break. You like the Lost Ark stories? I hated those too, dude. I hate the main story quest in all those Korean games. It's always so bad. It's always just like 10 hours of like the most boring thing you've ever had to do until you get to the actual game. Based off of his D4 CT kill, but keep in mind Innie was nerfed. When did they nerf Innie? Wait, can I kill D4 Innie now? Is it easier? Oh, yeah, the promised renewal clicky. I never went and got that. That is big. This last patch, Innie deals the same damage as CT. Oh. Maybe we can beat D4 anyhow then. Okay, this one I want to actually parse. So let me just make sure we're in position to do. I got 9 minutes on my buffs. I want to. We don't need any meds for this. So. Yeah, I want to be properly blasting. Man, these are both good. Do they share a cooldown? Okay, so we've got 2 ranger dots, the enchanter dot, and then we've got 2 ranger burst dot thingies that might share a cooldown. I'm not sure. Or one might overwrite the other, I guess. It's a 6-second effect on a 10-second cooldown, so I can kind of weave. Okay, is there anything else we need to do? That's so unfortunate, dude. These essence carriers are so cringe. I really hope those get fixed, dude. What is Promise Renewal? Promise Renewal heals you for like 6,000 damage after an 18-second delay. So it's basically a complete heal. It just takes 18 seconds to kick in. Scorching Arrow, the upgrade to the other one you slotted? Yeah, I think they're the same thing. So, here, let's test it on one of these guys. I'm going to have to rebuff in a second anyways. So if we hit him with Burning Arrow, he resists it. Okay. Oh, they literally just share a cooldown. Okay. I was going to say one might delete the other, but yeah, they actually just have the same cooldown. So we'll just use the highest level one. It's a good spell. I like it. Okay, gotta re-up my haste and my damage shield. Everything else still has 20 minutes. Just trying to think if there's anything else we need on this bar. Don't think there is. What's the line say? Oh, on the spell? Yeah, they're the same spell line. Volcanic ash. Back to Plane of Sky. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of ranger testing and also trying to get Aldryn at the same time. And then after this clear, I'm going to swap to Monk as well. So we're getting a few reps in with each of the combos. I don't like being a fire elemental. I hope they make it so that I can drop the illusion and keep the buff. I can do that with some of the illusions, but not with this one for some reason. Okay. So, essence carriers just like randomly appear and social everything. It looks like we're okay here. I'm gonna have to start off by fighting this cleric. Let's start off by slowing the boss, actually. Wow, what a cackle. I didn't put aim away in the back of my bar. That's unfortunate. I like this fight a lot better when the cleric didn't spawn next to her. I wonder why that's happened 2 times in a row. Okay, there we go. Now we can start setting things on fire. Ooh, look at all those dots. Evasive is actually kind of cheap in this fight. But I sort of want to be getting hit so they can get pierced by thorns. See what kind of resist she's got. Grasping Embrace tends to get resisted lots. The other ones feel like they're landing okay. Alright, this cleric's finally out of mana. Okay, he's pretty much dead. Oh, my pet's been hitting the boss the whole time. I guess that's fine. Yeah, I kind of have to overchannel for Grasping Embrace. I don't know. Makes it a little... Well, I guess we need to overchannel anyways because we need to be slower. Kind of preferring the Ranger dots to the Enchanter one, though. Even though the Enchanter one's a little bit more efficient, it just doesn't land as much. Alright, that's overkill. Golden Ifriti Ring for Magician? No. I loot these warrior belts like crazy. Okay. Let's take a look. See how that went. Okay. Interesting stuff. So Smite is 22% of our damage. Scorching Arrow is 5.7. I mean, that fight was a little weird because we were switching targets, so this is going to be kind of distorted. We'll probably get a better Parson on... Well, we won't even get that good of a Parson on Ayavishan because it's going to resist everything. Maybe it doesn't resist fire. Grasping Embrace, only 3%. Swarm of Pain, 6%. Immolate, 10%. Damage shield, 16%. You guys see what I'm saying? Dude, the damage shield did as much damage as my main hand, although some of that was because of the duration of the fight and the fact that we were hitting an ad, but still. 3% from kick. Backstab would have been, 12 to 15% probably in a fight like this. We can look at the actual, direct damage numbers, too, and how long it took. Okay, let me save this. It looks like we just landed a lot more smites as the other build. I'm looking at the damage differences. It's not a good comparison. We're gonna have to pick a different boss. We smited with the rogue for almost 8k damage. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at Ayavishan. Hold on, let me rearrange these. I was like, that doesn't make sense at all. Okay, there we go. This is a lot better. We did a whole 2 more DPS on this build, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's like 5%. 5% more damage. I'm looking at the actual breakdown. Yeah, it's still kind of a weird comparison. I think because of that ad, it's hard to know like how long we were actually swinging at the ad versus how long we were swinging at the boss. Oh, you know what's throwing it off? My pet did like an extra 2k damage to the boss because it was hitting the boss while I was hitting the ad. So there's like, yeah, there's like an extra 2k damage on the rogue parse. I don't know, guys. I think the builds are really close right now. Let's go try IV Shin. Here, let me grab the other ones. Let me grab the tanking. Okay, sorry, I just had to clean that up a little bit. All right, let's do the healing breakdown as well. So the only difference with healing is, the rogue has blood draw, and this one doesn't. In this particular fight, um, we lay on hands for about the same, which is to be expected. Ethereal cleansing was about the same. There's an extra 2.5k healing from blood draw, which is about how much we get from ethereal cleansing for the entire fights. So that blood draw heal is not nothing. I mean, it's like a 30% increase to sustain. And we'll get that blood draw with Rogue, and we'll get Mend, which will be even better with Monk. Ranger's not really bringing any kind of extra defense or sustain to the table. Although we can't sleep on the fact that we have that extra 10 endurance regen. I have been having like absolutely zero endurance issues, and that's going to be something that's hard to quantify. We'll feel it on the next fight. Eye of Vishan is when endurance is going to be the most noticeable, because we're going to be an evasive off the rip, and then we're going to try to stay in evasive for as long as possible. Let's rebuff. It's a long fight. Do you get all functions and bonuses from all classes? Pretty much, yeah. Ranger seems kind of screwed as there's lots of fire type upper end raids mobs resistant to fire. The Ranger does give block? Okay, I was wondering about that. I'll take another look at the tanking breakdown and see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't... It says 0 blocked. For both parses. So... I don't know what to make of that. Average damage that I took was the same, which... makes sense. So the same amount of AC. What is it actually? Does it say in the log when... I don't know where blocks would go, actually. Do you guys know what category, like, blocks and dodges and stuff are under? Do they count as others misses? Yeah, I don't know what they count as. They added block to Ranger for Legends. Yeah, so I think that could... I think that could help. I don't see any in the parse though, so I don't know if it's getting recorded. She did have a lot less accuracy. So the boss, the first time we fought her on the last build, she had 60% accuracy. And this time she had 55. Although it also says, I don't understand this. There's percent accuracy and percent hits. I don't know what the difference is. Do you guys know what the difference is? Shows our parries, it shows our riposts, shows our dodges, but doesn't show any blocks. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if we actually just didn't block a single hit the whole fight. Okay. Here we go. Oh, my pet's gonna get wrecked. Need to pull some threat. Let me see if we can set her on fire. Oh, we can! Okay. I really need to stick to slow first, though. This usually takes several attempts. Nice, dude. Okay, I have the old loadout though. We're gonna have to do a little bit of stupid shenanigans here. Okay, got that going. I never bother trying to do grasping embrace. It never lands, but these fire spells are landing. Okay, let's see if Swarm of Pain. Swarm of Pain has a minus 50 magic resist. Let's see if that'll land too. Oh yeah, dude. Fire. And Swarm. Alright, now I'm going for Grasping too. Why not? Yeah, I didn't mind. Look how chill my endurance is. I might actually be able to evasive this entire fight. Especially now that we're rolling dots and I'm not spamming slow. We should be able to pull ahead. Oh yeah, we're gonna be able to evasive this whole fight. I don't know, dude. I think Ranger's kind of being slept on. I might be wasting a little bit of time casting some of these. Now she's resisting. Maybe we got lucky. I mean, the fire's still working. This is my pet. I got a spinner. I think that she's got some kind of AoE here. Okay, I need to re-slow. I waited too long. It's going to take several attempts again. Okay, I get one more try before it wears off. Nice, got it. Back to setting her on fire. I keep confusing the fire icons. I've been sitting in over channel the whole fight, so I'm like, might as well go for Grasping Embrace. It's probably better to just keep swinging now. Dude, that was so easy with the extra endurance regen. And the extra fire damage. It's the same thing I got last time. An old Everquest boss that had high magic resist, you had to tash, otherwise rebuffs and enchanter dots would not stick. Yeah, we tash everything, for sure. How are we getting the endurance regen? Ranger gets a level 50 self buff now that gives them basically like a personal chloroplast. Health and stamina regen and attack and damage shield. It's kind of a crazy buff. Okay. Let me grab the... I don't even think it's worth grabbing the breakdown. I didn't take any damage. I took 600 damage the whole fight. My pet took more than I did. We don't even have data to grab. That's so funny. No healing either. I'll just grab DPS, I guess. Okay, so 96 DPS versus 80 DPS on the other builds. And I have a feeling the difference is just going to be from those fire spells. So, on the Rogue, we got 3.3k damage from backstabs. In this fight, we got 2.6k from Scorching Arrow. Another 2.6k from Immolate, and 1.3k from Swarm of Pain. That's way more. Plus, we get 1,000 damage from kicks. That's not nothing. Call of Sky is doing basically nothing. Damage Shield didn't do anything in that fight. 5.6k on smite versus the other fight did 7.7k on smite, probably because it just lasted longer. So we had to do more hits. Let's see. Does it say how long the fight was? It does. Okay, so 289 seconds versus 244 seconds. Yeah. So we killed her 45 seconds faster. That's crazy. Okay, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. Slashes. So that's main hand swings. Slashes and pierces. Let's look at both. For the rogue builds, 5.3k main hand, 3.3k offhand. Okay? For the ranger, 5.9k main hand, 3.5k offhand. So even though the fight was 45 seconds shorter, because of the ranger attack buffs, we did more main hand and offhand damage in 45 seconds of less combat. Like 20 or 30% faster fight, and we still did more overall main hand and offhand damage. So those ranger attack buffs are making a huge difference. I think this build is better than the rogue. It's more effort. It's more things to juggle, but I think it's better. Like, I'm trying to think of a scenario where the rogue would be better. I guess if something was like giga resistant and you couldn't use magic or fire dots against it. But even then, the attack bonuses, like, you get the extra damage from backstab. Let's see. Backstab did... Backstab did 3.3k damage. I mean, if we extrapolate, let me look at the DPS per. Actually, this is a better way of looking at it. So, DPS on just main hand with Ranger is 24. DPS with Rogue is on main hand is 18. Offhand is 11, and offhand with Ranger is 14. Okay, so that's pretty clearly just like a 30% increase to main hand and offhand. We don't even have to extrapolate anything. So, is backstab even worth it then at that point? Not really. It's like it like washes out backstab. The damage we would be getting from backstab, we get from just increased main hand and offhand. Now, if I'm running a shields, then the backstab is going to have more weight because we won't get those. The ranger attack bonus won't be applying to the offhand; it'll only be applying to the main hand. So that's something to think about. But for dual wielding this build, I think ranger's just better. Those attack bonuses, plus the extra dot damage, plus the extra damage shield, which didn't really do much in this fight, but in other fights it will. Oh, well, one other thing that Rogue gets that I didn't give it enough credit for. Blood draw. Where is it? It's hard to say. I think she resists blood draw a lot. I don't think we got good data on it. Well, I don't know. It says blood draw did 845. How many ticks would that be? That's like 15 to 20 ticks. Is that the whole fight? Blood Draw and Cobra Venom, it said did like 3 and 2 DPS. So that's something. If the Ranger attack bonus causes Smite to land more often, which I think it does, right? Because this is considered like a martial ability. So this would read attack just like kick and bash and everything else, yeah? Here, let me see if it tells me how often Smite missed. We got 26 Smites with the Rogue. And we got 23 Smites with the Ranger. But again, we did that in much less time. I'm trying to see if there's like a hits per minute or something. I could just calculate it manually. It's definitely more though. I mean, it's definitely more hits per minute. So, but that's a small, might be too small of a sample. Only 20 hits. Ranger heal is not as good as Lay on Hands plus Superior. Well, we're going to have Lay on Hands Superior either way. We're going to be using Paladin. Any thoughts on Warrior instead of Pally in this setup? Oh, you're responding to him. No, I wouldn't run Warrior in this setup. You wouldn't have any sustain. You would have to run Warrior with a Cleric or a Shaman. The Ranger can't keep the Warrior up on his own, if that's what you mean. Beta watch sidebar, move to confirm Warrior, Ranger, Berserker gained block. Oh, I didn't know Berserker and Warrior got it too. Okay, that's cool. Druid gets Chloro too. Yeah, but Druids are really bad right now. No one's gonna run Druids in raid content. They're like a leveling build only. Pretty much everything the Druid gets, the Ranger gets, plus other stuff. Druid's kind of meh. Ranger seems like the melee good god, sit and evasive and DPS. Yeah, I think it's really good. I still think Monk might be better, but I do think for a setup like this, Ranger is going to beat. It's going to beat out Rogue. I think that you've got to use Ranger probably with at least one other melee DPS, which Pally kind of is, to really make it worthwhile, because a lot of this value is coming from strike through and it's coming from the attack buffs. Yeah, for this fight, if you could literally evasive the whole fight, then you don't need heals. So like for Eye of Vishan, yeah, we could swap Warrior in it over Pally. But the DPS from Smite is still pretty sick, and it is synergizing with all those Ranger buffs, all those Ranger attack bonuses. Smite is like a third of our damage in this build. It's really strong. So I don't know if Warrior Cleave or crits or whatever would be more than that. I doubt it. I think Smite's pretty ballin'. I think Rogue needs more backstab AA before it becomes worth. I don't think there was any... Were there Rogue AAs that I didn't buy? I don't think there were. I think the only Rogue AA I didn't buy was like Shroud of Stealth. I don't think there was a backstab one. Maybe that's later. You put in BS scaling in with upgrades. Oh, that is one thing to consider, actually. I'm using a 13 damage backstab mod. You can go all the way up to 15. So, in theory, you know, maybe I could be backstabbing for like 15 or 20% more damage. I still don't think it would even come close to what we just did, though, at least not in this fight. If there's fights where we can't stick these fire dots, then it would be closer. But with Immolate and And Scorching Arrow is not going to be close. Ranger's going to be better. Do you get more max mana? We do. Yeah, we do get more max mana, which means my smites are hitting harder, and it's noticeably harder. I mean, they went from like 280 to 312. I think they were doing like 284 before or something like that. So, smite hits noticeably harder. Bigger mana pool. The endurance regen is sick. I'm going to say... Yeah, in every encounter that I can think of, I'm gonna say like right now, Ranger's better for this combo. What is sustain needed if you can perma evasive? Usually you can't perma evasive. We won't be able to do that against like a D4 any. That was the first time I've ever been able to permanently evade Eye of Vishan. With the Rogue, I couldn't do that. That was actually kind of insane. Is Paladin the only tank that can run a second melee DPS without a priest? I mean, that's... Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I mean, unless you consider Bard to be like a melee DPS. But that was kind of the idea behind Paladin Enchanter, is that would allow me to not have a priest class in the build at all. Because most other solo raiding builds are going to have, at minimum, a cleric or a shaman. No one's using druid, so it's either a cleric or a shaman. I think the only way to not have a priest class is to run the pally. Live has like 4 different backstab related AAs. Ranger also doesn't have another endurance sync than your rogue combo. Yeah, that is true. The backstabs are spending endurance. The damage from dots isn't really. Although, does Overchannel use endurance? It does. Not a lot, though. 10% of the mana cost in endurance. Yeah, and these spells, that's like 7 endurance for a Immolate. That's nothing. Yeah, so we're regenning more endurance and we're spending less. Well, kind of. I mean, we're spending less in regards to the backstab, but the fact that my main hand and offhand are hitting more often means we will be spending more endurance. No, because I'm never in an offensive stance. So, actually, that's not true. We're not spending endurance on any outgoing damage. We're only spending endurance on incoming damage. Why couldn't you do this versus any? He just hits way harder. We'd run out of stamina way faster. You could do it on like probably D0, D1, maybe D2, but beyond that, evasive on any. I don't think we'd be able to. I mean, we can go try it. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go do like a D3 any. I don't think I've killed D3 yet. Only killed D2. Take a little break from Sky anyways. Oh, before we leave, let me go kill Noble. I don't remember which one it is. Compare your Barsis with your D2 any kill? I don't know where they are. I'm gonna have to redo D2 any. Also, the gear wouldn't have been equalized at that point. A bunch of the pieces would be off, so I would want to redo it on the rogue build anyways. To keep everything the same. Let me rebuff. Oh, and I can use Harmony now. To not have to worry about these ads, dude. I couldn't use Pacify on them before. They were too high level. It is a bit of a bummer that we don't get to proc damage shields when we dodge things with evasive. Does he scowl? Oh, he doesn't even scowl. Okay, we can go over here. I think there's one more of these. Where the other one at? Okay. Is it like up? I don't know. Let's just pull in. Although, to be honest, I think that thing's just going to patrol over and enter the fight halfway through anyways. Oh, look at all those beautiful dots. Look at all that spell damage every round, dude. Oh. Look at my stamina just being full. Okay, now it's starting to go down a little. Okay, he resisted Scorching Arrow when I turned off Overchannel. Let's try again. That one's stuck. Brother, I have infinite stamina. Why did my stamina go back up to like 95 again? Yeah, without Overchannel, he's kind of resisting. Okay, let's go back into it. The endurance regen until 50, and then you get a whole bunch. You get 10 from the self buff, which is 20 if you're in balanced stance. Oh, I think it's my extended duration thing that might be making this arrow spell tick twice. I thought that was only for buffs, though. I must have something that does it for dots, too. Is there like an extended affliction or something? Because it's doing 10 seconds. It's not doing... The spell says 6 seconds. Okay, we're about to be out of stam. A lot of that is the ad. See how much damage we take in balanced. don't need to do that. Okay, let's get out of here. Please summon me out of the sky. I was gonna work on upgrading that Euphrates chest plates. I have one at +1s. We can make it +2 now. I don't know. If it gets up to like +4, it's gonna be a lot more AC than the loam. It might be worth using. Can he hit you in evasive? So it's 95%. So yeah, you still get hit. But honestly, it feels like 99%. I feel like I don't get hit very often, even with that extra 5%. We need to go to this one. I didn't think you got many upgrades since the kill. Since D2 any? Probably not too much, but we might as well keep the test as close as possible. If you were to add cleric to this comp, what would you swap? I'd swap the paladin to something else. I don't know. I wouldn't play paladin and cleric together, although some people do. And they just treat the paladin as melee DPS. With lay on hands. This is using stamina or endurance or both. They're the same thing. They use the yellow bar. What dagger are you using? I am using the dagger from Yale, Serpent's Tooth, at +4. It's not that amazing, to be honest. It's one of the only weapons I have +4, though, so I can throw like procs and stuff on it. And Cleric is really strong. You can play Cleric with any tank class. You can probably even play it with no tank class in a lot of circumstances. Confused as to why you think evasive wouldn't work versus any. Well, the amount of stamina that you spend in evasive is based on how much damage you're avoiding. So if you have a boss that's throwing out 600 damage punches, that's going to burn twice as much stamina as a boss that's throwing out 300 damage punches. And Eye of Vishan just doesn't punch that hard. A lot of Eye of Vishan's damage comes from the proc, but if you don't get hit, you don't get procced on. So any just punches a lot harder, although someone did say apparently that his melee damage might have gotten nerfed. I guess for the sake of the test, we won't charm anything, but if I see a gargoyle, I'm going to be tempted. One thing though, if I am gonna try to use, like, if we end up seeing that we can use evasive for the majority of the fight, then the fire elemental probably needs to go, and we probably swap to Boom the Gru. Trying to think if I should have like Mez on the bar here. I think we could just harmony most of the stuff and run past it. Yeah. I don't care about any of that. Okay. Yeah, a lot of this stuff doesn't have fire resists. Or at least the fire resist is lower than the magic. Where'd my DPS meter go? Let me restart this real quick. I don't know what happened to it. Do we care about the mid? I think if I still need loot from any of these guys. Yeah, I don't think I need anything from this guy. I guess Harmony's not AoE anymore. Dude, this is so nice. Oh. Okay, I don't know if it's good enough for me to be able to, like, walk this close, though. Oh! Oh! That's so good. Dude, just Harmony alone makes me want to play Ranger. I can't believe that works. That's so crazy. That's actually insane. Oh my god! It's resistible. I don't have Feign Death. It's over. I was not prepared for this. Okay, I don't have Mez on my bar or anything. Not that we can even... I don't even think we can Mez Spike Golems. Well, evasive stance, lol. It didn't say you resisted it, it said it wore off. So maybe that was just, like, really unlucky? I'm super dead here, though. I don't know. I don't really think there's anything I can do. I think gate. I need to rebuff anyways, though. Oh, I do have improved invisibility. Maybe I can just use that. I keep forgetting that's a thing. Why no Mez? Bro, it wouldn't work anyways. You can't Mez the Spike Golem. You can't Mez the Cleric. I don't even know if you can Mez the Disciple. Okay, so Harmony might still be unresistible. It might, oh no, it's wearing off the other mobs. Let me see if they actually resisted the Harmony. No, it is. Okay, so they can resist harmony. Well, can we go ahead and revert that change? I didn't vote for that. Was Enchanter Charm plus range arrows plus Cleric Healing just not an option? Or just not super good? I think Cleric could probably keep a Charm pet up pretty good. I haven't tried to do that, but I think it might work. There's definitely an argument for running Arch Shielding over Spike Coat in this fight, but I'm not going to. For the sake of the test. Harmony better than the Paladin, lol? It's really hard to say. I'd have to use it some more to see if it gets resisted less. I mean, in the regular game, Harmony like never got resisted. One big advantage Harmony has is that it goes up to 65. Pacify, the Paladin one, only goes up to 55. A lot of the stuff in here is higher than 55, so that is pretty sick. But as far as like whether or not it actually sticks better, it does seem to have a higher effect too. Because like I ran right up to those mobs with Harmony and they didn't attack me. Usually, if I get like right up in their face with Pacify, they'll still swing at me. But I haven't like tested that scientifically. That could just be my feelings. That could be wrong. Bows just have a few issues they need to work on for it to feel great. Yeah, I think bows are going to get to a good point once they keep working on them a bit. Maybe they could add a couple bows in some of these dungeon revamps. I'm actually surprised they haven't. Give lower level rangers some candy. Okay, this time I'm going to see if I can just improve invis past this stuff. Nope. Okay. Well, that sucks. Trying to think of how I'm going to do this. I really don't want to take the time to kill all this trash. It's going to actually take forever. Oh, that's the enchanter mob. Usually it's the mage. I wonder if I need anything from her. Okay, please work. Okay, he can't see me. He can't see me. And he can't see me. Oh! Yes. This one can see me. But he hasn't yet. We can't harmony him. He doesn't care, even though he's not high enough level. Okay. Do I need anything off him? I might need something off him. I might fight this dude. Looks like we have a second to hang out here. A bunch of warrior stuff. He drops some pretty good monk shoulders. I'm gonna go with... Doesn't matter. Let's go fight Maestro. Dude, evasive stance is so egregious. I love it. Okay, he resisted the enchanter. He resisted both the magic dots. Let me throw a few more swarms. Swarm has minus 50 resist, so I feel like it does land pretty good. He resisted the enchanter one twice. Now he resisted Scorching Arrow as well. Okay, let's do a little over channeling. Also, he's landing some pretty good nukes on me through evasive, so let's get some heals rolling. Got a lot of health. I can't move. I was trying to reposition. I don't know if I can stand in such a way that my pet won't get hit. Okay, I'm going to over-channel, I think, for the long dots, but not for Scorching. I'm going to try to stay in Spellblade for some of the fights. Looks like stamina is going to be an issue. But not yet. Also, I don't know if my pet's going to be able to keep himself alive. Oof. Okay, resisted the slow. We don't like that. I could just mana burn him. And then we don't have to worry about his nukes, and then my pet will live forever. Let's do that. Let's roll a couple more dots. I love how fast the Scorching Arrow is too, dude. It's such a good spell line. Okay, he's basically once my stamina hits 0, we'll switch to... Oh, I forgot that we can dismiss undead him, too. Can we dismiss undead Inarok? I might have to buy those slay undead AAs. I am spending a lot of mana dotting him, though. It's definitely adding up. Maybe I shouldn't roll every single dot that I have. Okay, I'm gonna chill and recover. I'm only gonna use the fire ones now. Immolate is for sure worth using. Immolate is like a 9-to-1 mana to damage ratio. It's insane. The other ones... might hold off. Okay, he's slowing my move speed. I don't think he's slowing my attack speed. Yeah, we're still hasted. Okay, let's keep running Immolates. Doesn't seem to resist it, even if we're not over-channeling it. And, I don't know, we might have enough stamina to run this whole fight. Do need to make sure he stays slowed. So many kick skill ups. Guys, my kick is up to 216. Aren't you proud of me? Soon it'll be actually maxed. Okay, so now we're going to rock balance stance. And we should get a pretty juicy amount of stam regen. Really doesn't hurt that bad when he's out of mana. Oh, I didn't even click balance. I clicked defensive. I was watching my... I was like, I'm surprised it's not going up faster. My stamina's going up in defensive. Hello? Dude, I love this build. I'm never playing Rogue again. Playing Monk now? No, we're not playing Monk yet. Monk is next. Monk might be better than this. Only one way to find out. Didn't have to use Lay on Hands once. Crazy. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. This is really good. I don't have one of these yet. I've never seen this. What the? That thing has 45 AC? 25 strength, 25 stamina, 45 AC. And it gives you Ultra Vision, thank goodness. What the hell? That's so strong? Okay, so... Paladin, let me think about this. We like Blade Stopper over Shield of the Immaculate, I think. Yeah, I can take the Shield of the Immaculate clicky and put it in the other one. We're going to lose some disease resist, but we're going to gain hella stats. Dude, that's so big. Oh, I can't. I got upgrade your poop shields. That's not a poop shield. Shield of the Immaculate's good. This thing's like tens of thousands of platinum. P99. You knew Pal Rogue Enchanter was off meta anyways. Wait till they buff Rogue. I didn't know it was off meta. I thought it was a pretty clever build. I think it was probably better than Ranger until a couple patches ago. I mean, without that endurance regen, this would be looking a lot different. Clicky effect works from inventory. No need to transfer. Oh. Why can you transfer them then? Alright, whatever. Swap that out. Oh yeah, it still works. Okay. That is so much more AC. Do we get full credit for that even in the any slot? No, we don't. Why did it show 490 for a second? Alright, it's 8 more AC. 230 more health. That's so good, dude. And it's got the strength. Oh my god, this item is crazy. Maestro had this the whole time. I've killed Maestro a handful of times. He's been holding out on me, dude. Look, if we put it in the secondary slot, it's even more. We go up to 504 AC. Oh, that's so good. We gotta keep dual wielding though, for the sake of the test. Yeah, the any slot doesn't give you as much as... If you put the shield in the secondary, it ignores the soft cap. But in the any slot, it's treated like other armor pieces. Also, I literally never use the blade stopper clicky. I need to make a button for it. Okay, we have to kill the next couple things. Otherwise, we won't have room to fight any. I don't even know what this is. It's a necromancer. I don't think I've seen this guy before. Oh, he's got a lot of mana. I mana sieved him for 6%. Okay. Swarm sticks. Oh, it's gasping. I thought it was grasping embrace. Okay, that got resisted. I feel like it always gets resisted. I kind of like all three of the ranger dots better than the enchanter dot. Even though the enchanter dot's technically more efficient than the other ones, it's not efficient if it gets resisted. Immolate is pretty disgusting though. Definitely like Immolate. Kick's almost maxed. Now I'm like actually a ranger. Lord of Loathing. So relatable, dude. Me in high school. Okay, he finally resisted Immolates. Twice. 3 times. It's getting to be a bit much. I think Ranger would work really well with Shaman. Okay, that was kind of close. Oh, what did he just do? Yeah, I was thinking about like a crazy dot builds where you did like Shaman, Necro, Rogue, but why bother with Rogue? Ranger's got more dots. You could use Shaman to resist fire, to lower fire resist, right? I think that might be the dot spec. I do really want to see if I'm blocking or not. And I don't know where to look. I don't see parries or riposts in like any of my windows. I don't know what I should be looking at. We get stamina back so fast. That is crazy. Just got like 20 stamina in like 20 seconds. Okay, maybe we just chill in defensive instead of swapping between evasive and balanced. Let's see if I can just indefinitely. Oof. Thorns is falling off. That sucks. I wish all buffs would just last an hour. We got Lay on Hands back up really fast and lost on my mana. That means we landed a ton of smites. Yeah, I just got another triple smite. It's a double-edged sword. I really want to keep Immolate running. He's kind of resisting it now, though, without overchannel. Okay, there we go. Stuck that one. We'll let him smack me a bit. Thinking Ranger Necro Shaman for dot build. Yeah, I think that's the one. Get those like critical affliction AAs and stuff early on. Just saw a couple block notification spam. Which window did you see it in? Definitely seeing you block a lot. Let's see, this is all damage. Are you seeing it here? It should be white text, right? On your main screen. What does that mean, brother? What do you mean on my main screen? All the white spam? You're seeing blocks over here? Slash, pierce, smite, kick, pierce, slash. Where do you see block? These are the hits I'm landing. I don't think it would be over here. I don't see a single block. Are you messing with me? It was not on any of your windows? Oh, you mean like the floating text on my... Okay, I got you. The remaining text shows you blocking? Do you guys know what filter it's under, though? Like, I want to make sure it's getting parsed. Here, let's see. Maybe we can just find it here. Yeah, it doesn't show for some reason. It shows dodges and stuff, but it doesn't... The parser's not picking up my blocks. I just want to know what filter it's on. Wonder if it counts as others' hits. It's got to be under melee, right? I don't know, dude. It's weird. Didn't exist in live. Maybe that's why. Block doesn't? Maybe the parser doesn't log rangers for blocking. I doubt the parser cares. It probably just looks at what text is coming through, right? All right, we have a couple more ads, unfortunately, but we have to clear before we can fight the boss. When some power works on dots, it's going to be broken. Might be kind of mana hungry, though. What if I just pull Interrupt in here? Do you think I can ignore the ads? That's risky. I'll just kill them. Maybe I don't need to respect these mobs too much. I mean, it's D3, but they are trash mobs. Let's just try a running offensive stance. Why is my DS only doing 26 instead of 31? What am I missing? Do I not even have the endurance regen on? I was hitting my pet. Hit me, I want to see the damage shield. Oh, hold on. Wrong stance. Wait, I didn't even have Force of Nature on. I didn't turn it on after we died to the trash mobs in the first room. That's crazy. Trash mobs resisting my spells is kind of infuriating. I feel like they shouldn't get to do that. Like, do they know who I am? Okay, I gotta think about what we're actually going to use against Interrupt. I think using a bunch of disempower spells against him instead of rotating a ton of dots is probably going to be smarter. We have to, like, really manage resources in this fight. I'm probably only going to use Immolates and no other dots. I don't even know if it's going to be worth using the Enchanter one. I kind of forget what his resist looked like. We'll probably spend most of the fight in recover stance. I'm trying to think of what stance I want to open the fight with. We could do Channeler, and that'll work against his nukes and his melee. We're going to take a lot of damage from his nukes. Usually it's not worth mana burning him, because he just hits harder when he runs out of mana. But apparently that got changed, so maybe not. What am I looking for? Wish I could just like type in the spell that I want to put on here. There we go. Having some fire and cold resists is kind of nice too. I didn't have those before. Okay, so we definitely want Wandering Mind for this one. So that's going to take up a slot. I don't know about Mana Sieve. Let me get all these on the bar. Let me look at the. Let me look at how much damage first of all. Let me make sure I have the right numbers recorded for each one of these. Okay, so Immolate is ticking for 68. I have it at 72, so we need to reduce that. Gasping is ticking for 91. I have that correct. Let me see if it's always 68, 91. Okay. And then did I Swarm of Pain this guy? I feel like I did at some point. Oh, this now we're all the way back. Damn, dude. Where's Swarm of Pain? I definitely used... All right. Well, Immolate is by far the most efficient. I mean, Gasping is not too far behind. I don't know that a Swarm of Pain or Scorching Arrow is going to make sense in this fight, especially if we're rocking Channeler stance. I could just try doing Evasive and see how much he nukes for. I'm gonna do defensive. I think this will be a good middle ground for channelers. It'll reduce the nukes by 20, it'll reduce physical by 50. Assuming he's doing more physical damage than he is magical damage, this is gonna be the way to go. And then we can swap to evasive once he runs out of mana. I'm not gonna rock Swarm of Pain for this. I'm gonna rock Incapacitate, and I kind of think I don't want to rock Scorching Arrow either. I'm gonna rock Listless Power. And then I think that's everything. We have 8 minutes. We need to get going. I don't think this fight will be more than 8 minutes long. Okay. He's Paladin, Ranger, Wizard. Oh, God, dude. What a combo. Okay. Here we go. Why does he start with half mana? Okay, his resists don't seem that bad. Oh, we can't use listless power. What's the one I'm thinking of? Factless might? Yeah, that's too late now. Let's hit him with Wandering Mind. Just out of curiosity, what would a Mana Sieve... Oh, barely does anything. Okay. We're not doing too bad so far. Maybe I should roll some. Okay, I'm gonna increase the. I'm gonna throw Scorching Arrow back in the mix. It's actually more efficient than Swarm of Pain. He's not, like, dropping very many Ice Comets and stuff. It's a lot of roots. There's the Ice Comet. Did I resist it? Bro, I hard resisted Ice Comet. Yo, these Ranger resists. Let's go. Ow, ow. Okay, let's get the slow back up. My endurance is so high, dude. I think we swapped to evasive. How much can he nuke me for? Okay, I think I can get a little bit lower before we need to lay on hands. Dude, I might be able to Spellblade this. Mana's looking really good. Let's get a little greedy, boys. Stamina is starting to chunk, though. Let's go back to let's go Channelers for a bit. Get Wandering Mind rolling again. Okay, he just smacked me for 241 twice. Watching it close. Might be playing with fire here. Okay, that's low enough. Let's do it. Okay. This does not feel like D3. Do you guys remember how hard D2 was? The fight's only halfway done. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. It might get harder when he runs out of mana. Is he actually landing these heals on himself? It's like not even moving his health. Okay, we need to re-slow, we need to re-incapacitate. He is out of mana. Back to evasive. I don't think I'm going to use the enchanter dot. I think I'm only going to use fire. I don't like seeing these resists. Fire seems to be landing often enough. Okay. Let's try defensive. Actually, this is getting a little sweaty now. I need Leon hands. I'm hoping we can kind of stall with defensive, like even out. We can't sustain evasive when he's Okay, Leon hands is back. Clutch heals from the pet. Little homie. Wait, he has force of nature and I didn't dispel it? Okay. I'm so bad at this game, dude. Maybe you can't. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, this is gonna be so much easier now. That's so crazy. I mean, it's only like a 4-point or 5-point damage shield or something, but it's also HP regen, it's attack bonus. I don't know if the bosses use endurance, I don't think they do, but that's crazy that we just let him have that. Okay, why'd I switch to spell? Like, we should be doing recover here. Okay, under 10% mana. No more nukes except for immolate? I think we still immolate. Oh shit. Didn't I just slow him, dude? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, he's re-slowed. Do we roll balanced for a couple rounds? I feel like defensive is holding. I'm gonna hard cast a heal. I'm gonna hard cast another heal. Okay, back to recover. No, we're like way out here. I think defense is, it's breaking even. I mean, if we get an unlucky round, we could zero out. Oh, like that? Bro, lay on hands is so close. What just wore off? Was that my haste? How long have we been in this fight? Alright, we're good. Bro, I think my haste and my thorns are gone. Okay, I didn't realize this was going to be a 10-minute fight. I thought it was going to be like 6. GG. That was easy, you guys. I think we're ready for D4. Oh, Ice Belt +3, Ring of Pureblood. Look at all this loot. Dude, we got like every good thing. Oh, what is this? A bracer? I don't think I've seen this before. This is kind of good too. Okay, I don't care about those. Whoa. Let's see. I already have the +4 engineer. How did I get a +4 engineers? All right, well, we could feed that. I don't think there's any. I'm not gonna moat it. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. It's halfway to +5. Ice Belt is crazy good. I'm not using it because one of the classes can't. I think Monk can't use it. Oh, actually, no. This setup can't use it. So Rogue can't. Rogue is the only one who can use it out of my set. Monk can't use it, and Ranger can't use it. Yeah. So that's less exciting now that I know that, because I'm probably not going to play any of these. Berserker can use it. That's kind of cool. That's a huge upgrade on the ring. Nice, dude. Nice. 2 more strength, 2 more int, whiz, charisma, 2 more AC, a little bit more HP and mana. And then this thing, 13 AC. It's more AC than my Valorium. It looks like they have the same base AC. Valorium Bracer has strength dex and poison resist. This thing has better. More strength. They trade the dex for whiz. It's also got charisma. It's got fire resist, cold resist. And would you look at that? Ranger Rogue. Okay, so we can't use it because we can't use it on Monk. But if we decide to stick with Ranger, this will be a pretty good upgrade. All right. Pretty easy kill. Pretty easy kill, dude. Got super lucky, 1% kill. Yeah, when we did that on D2, I ended the fight with like 4% health, 2% mana, and 2% stamina. So I don't feel like I've gotten that much stronger. I don't know, man. I feel like the Ranger regen is actually like just doing an enormous amount over the course of this fight. Um, that's a really good test. I don't know if I want to push D4 yet. I kind of want to run D3 any back on both the other builds. But let me record what we just did. $78,000 damage. There we go. This is the data we were looking for. So Smite is still huge, 27% of our overall damage. Scorching Arrow, that's getting recorded as direct damage. I wonder if it's also getting recorded as, let me see how it shows up. I see immolates. Okay, it should show up as a dot as well. Maybe not. It might be rolling it, because it's only ticking twice, it might be rolling it all into DD. Otherwise, that would mean that it's doing twice as much damage. I don't think it's doing more damage than Gas Me Embrace. That would put it, yeah, only like 1,000 damage behind Immolate. But anyways, Gasping with the direct hit plus the dot is about 7%. Immolate 9%. Main hand 20. Offhand 13.5. Damage shield 8%, even with thorns falling off towards the end. Kick's doing 7%. And then physical smite 2%. Call of that little that goofy little ranger proc spell did 1% there. That's funny. I guess that'll go up as we get more decks. 628 seconds. Yeah, it was a 10-minute fight. Sheesh. I don't think I had haste or thorns for the last couple minutes of that. So that throws the test off a little bit, but I think it'll still be a good to compare. 101 DPS overall. Plus the pet. Let's look at tanking. Almost all of it from getting smacked. Where are those ice comets? I feel like I remember him casting a lot of ice comets. Yeah, he took 26k physical damage. The rest of it pretty negligible. Maybe we can infer how many hits we're blocking based on how many we're dodging and parrying, right? I don't know if they use similar formulas, but like if we look at, so I have 180 block, 205 dodge, 205 parry. Are dodge and parry similar? No, dodge is way more than parry. Interesting. So with the same dodge and parry skill, you dodge like twice as often as you parry? Is that because parry allows you to riposte? You can only riposte hits that you parry first, right? Well, we can, I don't know. Block is probably somewhere in between this. It's probably somewhere in between parry and dodge as far as how many hits. Like, I'm sure it's not insignificant. Okay, and then let's look at the healing. Healed 23k, overhealed 35k. What is melee heal? Minimum 45, maximum 144. What does it think I'm healing with melee? We almost avoided using superior healing. I think I casted. Oh, I know what melee heal is. That's the divine invocation proccing. The parser doesn't know what that is. Yeah, because it doesn't have a label. So the big heal is labeled superior healing. Which 697, is that right? I feel like it shouldn't do that much. Anyways, yeah, the 136 here from the divine proc. I think it's since it's not labeled, it's counting that as a melee heal. Then again, it says 45 to 144, so maybe not. I don't know what that means. It shouldn't have a range. Oh. Oh. Wait. Does ranger count for as a wisdom class? I thought they meant priest classes. So divine actually gets a bonus? How does that work? It's two bonuses though, and one of them is this is confusing. Okay. I see. 136, that's the mana that we're spending on the heal, and then the 45 is 33% of the 136. Okay. Got it now. Yeah, I guess ranger counts as a wisdom class for every additional wisdom class. So the paladin doesn't count, but then ranger counts as another. And I guess all of these, even beast lord, counts as a wisdom class. Fascinating. I did not know that. I thought they meant healers, like priest classes. One for paladin, one for ranger. Well, you only get one bow. You don't get. Yeah, it's 33% starting with your second class. You don't get this for your first class, being a wisdom class. So, okay, that makes sense. I still don't know where the 144 is coming from, for the max hit, but yeah, there it is. I don't know why it varied. Okay, so there's a range on how much mana I'm spending. Does anyone know why there's a range? Improved healing 3 does 20%. I feel like my superior heal should actually be doing more than 691. It should be doing like 720. This one hit for 642. Okay. They must have changed something. So it's healing for a different amount each time. I thought it was a static amount. It was definitely a static amount while I was leveling up. Now it's not. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're tweaking some knobs and not putting it in the patch notes. Okay, so the amount of mana I'm spending is variable. And the amount of healing I'm getting is also variable. I don't know about the... Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what I have that's making my mana cost like RNG. Trying to think, do I have an AA that's doing something? The AA should just resist it by a flat 10% or reduce it by 10%. Speaking of AAs, could max out circular breathing now. I'm probably going to wait though. I'm not going to buy any AAs till we're done testing Monk. Most of these builds are starting to feel pretty rounded, like as we get towards 200 AAs. By the time we get to 250, it'll probably feel pretty solid. Close to done. Okay, so ethereal cleansing did a total of 7.5k. I think we only hard casted like 3 superior heals the whole fight. And then lay on hands was 57% of the overall healing. If superior healing wasn't in the mix, then it'd be like probably like 65-35 between lay on hands and ethereal. Oh, how much healing did... Wow. The pet healed me for 2.4k. I didn't even think to check that. That's kind of nice. Normally we're charming, so I didn't think to check that. Variable mana cost could be from a stance. Yeah, if I'm casting... The thing is, if I'm hard casting Superior Heal, we did all 3 of those in Divine. So it would, I think, be the same amount of mana. Even when I like mouse over the tooltip, though, it shows a range. So I don't know what's generating that range. I don't know if like the mana reduction AAs introduce some variability. The mana AA is 10%. I'm getting like way more than a 10% reduction on some of these. Like close to 30% on some of these. So I don't know. Doing something to spend less mana. Mana Pres focus is random. Okay, gotcha. What up, Viscar? Look what I got, dude. This thing is so good. We kind of just bodied D3 any. It wasn't that bad. I heard they might have made him a little easier, though. Do you know if that's true? Do you know if they reduced his melee? Either that or all the recent AC upgrades I got just came in. I feel like last time I fought him, though, I fought him with a shield on. He's definitely easier this week? Okay. Yeah, I think we might be ready for D4. After we test Monk. Never did get that Aldryn's. I don't know if I'm going to get it, dude. I might have to wait till launch to get it. But yeah, some really interesting parses today, man. The Ranger is just blowing away the Rogue. Kind of surprised me how good it is. So now we just need to test Monk, and then we'll have the answer. I'm even like tempted to, once I get a little bit more gear, I'm tempted to try Berserker in this. I just don't know if it's like possible to make it work without a cleric. Berserker just, it feels like it's not something you use to prog with. It feels like it's something you use to like blast content that you outgeared, that you already have beaten and are like just want to do it faster now. So they reduce his melee so he doesn't hit harder than CT. Okay, and that was like a couple days ago in the patch. Yeah, I don't remember when I fought D2 any. It would have been probably before I did all the level. It might have been like a week ago. I was almost able to face tank D4 any with just regen. Do you think CT's harder now? Any also, he like barely nuked me. He didn't hit me with any ice comments or anything like that. I was kind of surprised. I feel like Kazik would at least be hitting me with dots and stuff for most of the fight. CT has a stronger melee now, they said, compared to any. Okay. Well, that's all I have left is C4, D4 CT, and D4 any. So I guess we'll figure out which one's harder next time. I'm going to run this back on the monk and on the maybe on the rogue. I don't even know if I care to test the rogue some more. I think I'm just gonna run it back on the monk and see how that feels. And then I'm gonna decide between the two which one we want to commit to. And then we will go for the D4s. And then pretty much beat the game after that. So I'm ready for a fresh character with a totally different build on pre-order beta. I'm gonna call it there for tonight, though, boys. I hope you guys are finding this as interesting as I am, and we will go visit Broken Stoic today. All right, go say hi to another EQL streamer, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.